Terrifying. Horrifying, even. Oh, man. Another day, another problem. I know I say that. I don't have problems. Well, besides not being able to find employment. That's a problem. Lovely. Video game. Video game go. Fuck is Lauren Green? Wait, does Marjorie Taylor Greene have a sister? Is that real? Chat, is this real? The fuck? Bye. Alright, CPU. I know you're loading in a lot right now. Come on, OBS, I believe in you. You can pick up on the game and stop being so fucking stupid. Don't call me Dabubu. I will, end your existence. I'll do it. Alright, why are we being extra fucking cringe right now, dude? Can we pull up the game? OBS? Can we not be so cringe? Can we not be stupid? Are we being 3 IQ? We being dumb? I think we're being a little stupid right now. No, it's just fucking being stupid. OBS is just being very dumb right now. Even though the game is open. This is normal. Sometimes it'll just figure it out immediately, and sometimes it'll just be very dumb and not show anything. Even though it should be showing stuff. Can we do the thing, please? Oh, yes, of course. Encoding overloaded. There you fucking go. Stupid fucking bitch. Just have to finagle it with it enough, and then it'll pop up and not be annoying. Also, I put a power plant down here, so now power is no longer an issue on this planet. To finish off this damn planet. All right. Uh... Okay, there you go. Now you idiots won't be as stupid. Alright, so a couple things left to do on this planet before we leave. Barrel and unstable gems. I'm trying to think. Could we improve any of our other buildings? The only application I think could be potentially useful is the polisher recipe with carbon fiber. Otherwise, like... Nothing else really applies anywhere. I don't think so. Hmm. No, it's fine. Hmm. You don't really have any use for any of the polisher recipes. You don't need carbon fiber. Can't make carbon fiber on most of these other plants because they don't have lava. Beryllium plate. Okay. So I need some of these here refraction plants. And polishers. Oh, excuse me. Unstable gem, unstable shard. Okay. Destroy cliffs. Spoilable. Oh, these things explode. Gotcha. Okay. Better than unstable cores because it'll take a lot longer for them to spoil. Either way, we have to do the shenanigans with them. So to make the barrel, you need the unstable shards. So we'll need a buffer chest. Yeah, we'll need a buffer chest. Tell the things to stop making the stuff. So the So I believe then that would mean the stable gems. Interesting. These generate electricity. Charged gems spoil into into not spoiled gems, but into yeah, polished quartz. So you can, technically speaking, feed it all back into itself. Spent result unstable shards. So these things help generate you power as well. Okay. And then you can use that for further processing. That's fascinating. Okay. Hmm. Well, I guess the ultimate question is how much of this stuff do I want? The only stuff this barrel shit is good for is for making space walls. I don't know if I care all that much about that, I'm gonna be honest. That's a good question, honestly. Do I really need that shit? That's a good question. That's a good question. Hmm. It's only make 4 per second? Really? Okay. Polished quartz. And sapphires. At least these ones don't explode, it seems, so that's not too bad. And the unstable ones, of course, do explode. You know, looping this all back around is going to be kind of a pain in the ass. Don't know how much these consume though, so make a fuck ton of them, I guess. Oh. Really? He only consumes that many? That was actually a pretty decent power source then. The only problem is going to be the unstable gems causing explosions. Hmm. So for the amount that I made, I can sustain 30 of these things. It's actually pretty good power generation. Polished quartz. So these things won't often be producing because of this. God damn it. So, actually, I should not have built this thing here at all. Building this thing here was a mistake. I had no idea the refraction plant was energy generation. And it's actually pretty good. 20 megawatts. That is not bad. Not bad at all. No, I definitely do not make enough polished sapphires. This is saying that much. So I'm gonna cut that. We're gonna cut this. I think significantly. We do not need this much. I do be bullying a lot in comments sections. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. Because we've been getting some real fucking goofy heads. Yeah, we've been getting some characters. We've been getting the fucking Epstein defenders. They've been coming out in full force. Okay, so we're really not gonna get that many unstable shards, are we? Well, I guess I built this thing here for basically no reason. Because we have these things that are our significant power option, so... Nah. Oh well. Because these things do make a good amount of power output. 20 megawatts. That would solve our power problems. Eh. The shit we get from this stuff, I don't think is all that particularly useful anyways, so... I don't think I'm really missing anything anyways. Like, I mean, it's... a whole fuck-a-McGee rigmarole... production chain... that I would almost prefer not to deal with. I mean... I would like to know what these space manufacturers do. What are these good for? What do they do? What do they make? Well, you know what? Just for the space manufacturers, I think it's worth. Problem is that the big refraction rate collectors are providing us with most of our power. I mean, we could get rid of a bunch of them. We don't need as many of them anymore. Well, you know what? I want those space manufacturers because I want to see what they do. So we need beryllium plate and we need barrel. Unstable shards make unstable gems. Okay. These really do not make that many shards all that quickly, so we can just do that. Okay, so we'll take the polished quartz and the rubies. There sure is one goofy production chain. Yeah, 16 of these, if they were going full tilt, would be 320 megawatts. They're just not doing anything right now. Because they are currently turned off. What are you morons complaining about? Oh, I know why. That's annoying. There. Hmm. Okay, that's the gems. With the gems, we make barrel. Oh, that's their output. There. Hmm. And then we get beryllium plate. Lovely. Because of the beryllium nitrate. Yeah, this is the only thing that you need beryllium nitrate for, is this beryllium coating. Which is just for really crazy ass walls, and I don't care about that. Just want to see what these space manufacturers can also produce. Now I have to somehow bring copper up here. Honestly. I'm just gonna use fucking chests. And the rest of the unstable gems that don't make it get disposed. So here's what I could do. I think the best way forward, if we actually want the thing to function as normal. Yeah, we also need to bring in all the emeralds. This shit blowing up the machines is what I think, most afraid of. Because it requires 5 of them. So I have to make sure they're constantly producing. It's a little annoying. This is a delicate, delicate balancing act. Oh, but dude, I get cool space manufactories. Manufacturers and only space. I don't care about the beryllium coating. I don't give a shit about that stuff. I don't care. Does stuff? Don't care. I can't even craft them on here. Ick. Where can I craft? You only craft them in space. That's kind of I mean, that makes sense, but that's annoying. That means I have to transport the... That's kind of ick. Ick. Yeah, this is kind of ick. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of annoying. Making these space manufacturers. Because I have to take the beryllium from here, bring it back, put it on a space platform, make it on a dedicated fucking platform. That is not very cash money, I have to say. It's not very cash money of you, G-Money. Not very cash money of you whatsoever. I don't like that very much, actually. It's kind of annoying. these will be fine on their own. They don't need to be connected to the overall network anymore. We can cut them off. That's fine. There'll always be consistent thundering in these areas, so they'll be fine like this. Now, one of the normal refraction rate collectors is still here. Well, I will get rid of it because I must. Aha. 'Twas you. But now you are gone. You're gone. And we say bye-bye. Bye-bye. Nice, okay, so we got rid of all the shitters. Bye-bye. Into the lava you go. There. That should make it such that these things are used more. And we can make some more unstable shards. Easy peasy. In fact, keep these all as multiples of 5. Okay. I think this will do just fine. I think. I hope. Although, to be honest, what I should also do is cut out a ton of the extra refraction ray collectors that we have. And do shit like this. Force more power to be consumed. So then those things are forced to pick up the pace. Hmm. Hmm. Greater than 0. These take them 4 at a time. That's a little annoying. Awk. Awk, awk, awk. Awkward. Alright. Think we have fixed all the problems. And as such, we're gonna completely get rid of this shit. Cut it off, get rid of it. There's no necessity for you to head there anymore or head here. Completely unnecessary. That can all get cut off. Just like all of this can also get cut off. Let the refraction plants pick up the slack. Perfect. Pains me to have to throw all this shit into the lava, but fuck it. Into the lava it goes. I think we're done with this planet. Get some repair kits in case shit happens. But yeah, I think we can leave this place now. Lovely. We're basically done here. The refraction plates can pick up the slack that the refraction ray collectors can't pick up. We'll produce enough gems, plates, and everything. And whatever doesn't make it, thrown into the garbage. By the garbage, I mean the lava. In fact, we can cut more of these off. Because we just don't need that many. Because these things do actually have a pretty good amount of power generation. And we definitely make more than enough charged gems to supply 15 of these. In fact, we could probably fit in 2 more. No, we could fit in 3 more. Then we'd be about 2.4. No need for that, though. We are a-okay with this amount. No more, no less. This is more than okay for our purposes. That's beryllium. The only other thing we'd have to make is the beryllium nitrate. And that's... I mean, I guess we could just make it for fun here. Might as well just throw her in the pile. Sulfur, more barrel, lava. Might as well. Do I have an offshore pump on me? No. Just fine. A bottle, bring it for me. That's okay. Jesus. Sacrificial MILF. Da boo boo spamming. Yeah, not the fucking da boo boo. Not the MILF spamming fucking da boo boo. Fucking da boo boo boasters. Well, Boy Meets Mini, you know what to do. Starts cocking the shotgun like it's 20. It's either 21 Jump Street or 22 Jump Street. Oh, also, I ended up missing about half of the event as well today. For the Go Wild area event, the super event. But I still got all the shinies I needed anyways, so I basically missed nothing. I basically missed nothing. Right, I forgot. We have to also take care of all this fucking aluminum fluid. What the fuck am I gonna use the aluminum fluid for? Alum. Yeah, these definitely produce fast enough, so it's not that big of a deal. I may need a little more, actually. Why are we, what, see what? What are you erming about? What are you erm? Giselle? Who? I'm confused. What are you rambling? What are you milfing on about? Sacrificial MILF. I have no idea what you're saying. Oh, you're talking about Ghislaine. She had a horse? So she kept the horses in the back? Guess what the name of the horse was supposedly? Jeffrey. Was it Donald? I have no idea. What was the name? I'm being kept in suspense. Oh, it was named Bubba? Oh, like in reference to fucking Bill Clinton? Listen, every time I hear the name fucking Bubba, I just think of that one, like, radio show host that Tucker Carlson was on where he exposed himself as not being a populist. Was Bubba, that being Bubba the fucking Love Sponge. But, I mean, here's the fucking thing with the... Okay, here's the thing with the Jeffrey Epstein, like, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump sucking off fucking Bill Clinton thing. It's... Well, I think it's just mostly a meme. Like, who really gives a shit about it? I think it's just really funny. All the memes that are in this particular sort of situation. I think that's objectively one of the funniest parts about all this. The whole meme around this, I think, is fucking hilarious. I'm gonna be quite honest. It's really funny. Yeah, I want this to be real so fucking bad as well, because it would objectively be one of the funniest things on the planet. It'd be so fucking funny. We are having some problems because we do not produce enough power now. When this thing goes full tilt, that's a problem. Let's change this to 400. Yeah, I do want the fucking meme to be real because it would objectively be one of the funniest things on the planet, but like I don't know. I'm like so not invested in this. You think Donald Trump would be a power bottom? I mean, Trump does have a dumpy. He's got a fat ass. This is real and true. This has been verified by real American patriots. Trump does have a bit of a booty. Oh dear. Well. Oh, we're going back on power saving mode. Shame in either being a Gok Gok 9000 or an out of species size queen. Who knows? Yeah, I have no idea, dude. Fucking Gok Gok 9000. JD Vance also got into a car accident? Jesus. So besides the ogre getting into an accident, now it's also JD Vance is getting into accidents as well. Jesus. That's insane. With one of the police security detail. I mean, given how incompetent everything is, I'm honestly, like, not surprised that that would happen. Of course they didn't say anything about it. That makes perfect sense. Okay, I think I've come to regret my decisions. Of the removal of the whatever the fuck. I hope I don't go about that. I hope I did still have it in this pot. No, it's gone at this point. Son of a bitch. Well, I don't want to rebuild all that, so whatever. Just forehead, make more refraction plant forehead. I don't know. The only problem is the fact that these things are operating. That's what's causing the fucking power problems. Crash was in Tennessee. Cop is in critical condition. Well, damn. Well, that's crazy. So beside the car that got fucked up by the artillery shell... Wait, what? A car that got fucked up by an artillery shell. Which car got fucked up by an artillery shell? What the shit? And what happened in India? Boy Meets Mini, can we verify, or is this, random MILF ramblings? Terror attack in Delhi. AO based? Let's go, new terror attacks. Oh boy. We sure do love more terror attacks, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. Power is almost stable. What the hell do I do with this damn fucking aluminum? Can I just barrel it and fucking chuck it away? Training bullshit is happening in Camp Pendleton. They shot off a shot. No. What, that was the Marines? They shot off a random... Hit a fucking car? Jesus Christ, dude. Well, I mean, you know what they say about the Marines? They do tend to be the fucking meatheads, right? Two, 2.8. Just need another 2. Yes. Ugh, Jesus Christ, man. There's the most competent and transparent administration on the planet, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I think I have now officially stabilized my situation on this planet. I think I can now say that we're officially done. Hyarion. Finito. This place is done. You know what? Oh, we finished the research like forever ago. We just had to build a few other things. That's a couple other products. And then some issues that needed to be resolved. A little extra power. But yeah, we are pretty much, I would say, done here. I was thinking, is there anything I can do to improve more shit on this fucking planet? Or rather, use some of the buildings from here to use on other planets. Because I was thinking, like, what I could potentially do is I could use the polisher recipe for making carbon, or carbon fiber with carbon and lava. I could do that on Vulcanus. But of what use would that have to me? And then I was just like, could I use the particle manipulators on, to make coal out of the carbon on Maluna? So one of these is about 3 per second. Go here. So that'd be useful for coal liquefaction. So would it be better for me to use these catalytic chemical plants? Or coal synthesis? Well, let's see. I'm gonna do a quick comparison. Coal synthesis. Fully beaconed. And module. Wow, it is the exact same. However, I would be able to cut out the water that it consumes and the sulfur that it consumes. So I'd be able to save actually a ton more water and not a bunch of petroleum. And it would consume less carbon. That's actually hella fucking worth it. That is so worth it. Okay. Okay, so definitely worth it on there. Anywhere else that uses coal liquefaction that I have to turn use into coal synthesis? I don't think there is. Moshine? No, Moshine you just make coal. Do the fuck shit process. But no, this planet doesn't need it. Because you don't make carbon for free. You don't use coal at all. Neither do you. This does make carbon with the spoilage, but we don't really need coal for anything on this planet. We already make coal on here, so we don't need it here. Coal is completely useless on this planet. Coal accomplishes nothing. Nah, it's useless there. Do I need it here? No, we make coal. Not here. Very useful here. Now all I would have to do is just put down some particle manipulators. That's it. The refraction towers don't do anything, but particle manipulators could actually technically do something. They could be useful. Well, let's grab 100 of them. Oh yeah, we're getting out of here. And power stabilized as well. Hopefully. Yep, we're done here. Huh, never would have thought I'd be able to make use of those particle manipulators, but it looks like I can make use of them. That's nice. The polishers don't really do anything for me either, though. Although maybe I could use them somewhere else. This? Yes. This is my ship. Oh, yes, I made this smile. I could make it go faster, though. I'd probably put on 2 more thrusters. Don't need to, though. But yeah, this is my ship. This is nothing. There will have to be a version 3 made of this. This is just version 2. There will need to be a version 3. Once we get the final tier of weaponry, where we may have large classifications. Because these are the medium classifications of ships meant to travel interstellarly. Not interstellarly, intergalactically. Within this particular galaxy. Eventually, we need to make something for interstellar travel to actually beat the game. So this thing, this ain't shit. Oh, it's fucking heavy glass is what I need. Yeah, we are done with this planet. All things considered, alright. You know, can't complain. Ugh. Are you waiting for your stupid glass? Yes. At least I don't have to wake up early tomorrow. That's nice. Hooray. No waking up early tomorrow.
damn sweater.
Boop. Much better. La Bubu. La Bubu will be sent to Pazuzu. It's so over for La Bubu. La Bubu will be damned to hell. I will damn La Bubu to hell. Yeah, it's pretty jover. Not much longer. You think Dabubu is safe from Pazuzu? Huh? What kind of fucking cringe lip tart ass shit is this? You think that Dabubu is safe? Huh? Huh? What kind of goofy ass shit is this? I would expect no less from the silly MILF. God damn it. That thingy fell. This damn chain that I wear as a bracelet always falls apart so fucking easily. I already don't know where one of the fucking charms went. There's the other one. Fuck you, bitch. I'd rather not lose these other ones. Alright, well. It's only planet that we need to improve, and then it's time for a new planet. Another planet. God, we're so soy. I'm gonna soy.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true.
Why are we
That's
truing?
pretty true. I mean,
I didn't even say anything that's true. Oh, besides the boo boo going to Pazuzu? Yeah, that's gonna happen. Oh, what's up, Matt? Yeah, it's true. The boo boo is gonna be sent to Pazuzu. It is what it is. No. Yes. You are going to, well, Dabubu and Pazuzu. You're gonna be sent to fucking Pazuzu. It is what it is. Boy Meets Minnie, you know what to do. Send Sacrificial MILF to Pazuzu. And them's the rules. You're getting sent to Pazuzu. It's Jover for you, Buster. Time for you to go to Pazuzu. Dabubu is a slur. Amen. Can I get an amen for that? Dabubu is a slur. Can't believe that a Sacrificial MILF would say slurs in this chat. It's kind of fucked up, Sacrificial MILF. How do you plead? How do you plead? No contest. Well, it's time to open up the gates of hell and send you to Pazuzu. Along with Dabubu. Them's the breaks. It is what it is. It's time for you to die. Well, you're celebrating going to... Imagine celebrating You know what? Now you're not going to be sent to Pazuzu. I will deny you the satisfaction of going to Pazuzu. Imagine wanting to go to Pazuzu. What's wrong with you? At least you're wanted in hell. Yeah, but are you wanted in hell? Think about it. Are you actually wanted? Or is that just a manipulation of the devil? The Orochimaru list. I don't think Orochimaru gave Bill Clinton that nasty sloppy toppy. I don't think he did that. I don't think Orochimaru would do that. That is my opinion on the Orochimaru list. I don't think he did that. Orochimaru has done a lot of things. Giving Bill Clinton the nasty sloppy toppy, he did not do. And now fucking our resident Chicagoan is here to give us a crime report. If not, we will kick some espers. Where's our crime report first? Alex Roivas. Your fucking Dabubu does not go to heaven. Dabubu goes to Pazuzu, which is hell. Honestly, it's worse than hell. Why would you want to go to Pazuzu? What is with all you motherfuckers wanting to go to Pazuzu? Why? That doesn't make any sense. What the hell is going on here? Why are all these motherfuckers wanting to go to Pazuzu? Do you have something to do with this? These people need Allah? That's what I'm saying. They do need Allah. They don't want to go to fucking Pazuzu. LOL. No, you won't be LOLing for long when fucking Pazuzu gets his hands on you. Now, you may be LOLing now, but Pazuzu? Yeah, you're cooked. Wallahi, you're cooked. I need to move this shit. See where my scales sit at later? In Super Hell. Where you were going to super die. Now you're still in hell. It's over for you. You're still wallahi fucking cooked. You will not be able to escape Pazuzu. As much as you want to say and pretend that you are going to escape Pazuzu. You do not escape Pazuzu. You're going to super hell. You're wallahi cooked. It's over for you. Why do you want to get fucking eaten by Pazuzu so badly? Why? Why would you want that? I don't understand. I need an explanation from you, Sacrificial Melf. Why do you... Why Pazuzu of all people? Why that guy? Of all the guys. You choose that guy? Huh? That's crazy. Boy Meets Mini, this is why, women terrify me. They all talk about how they want to go to Pazuzu. Why? I will never understand women.
The American people are tired of women.
That's what I'm saying, Bernie. God, he know. That's my goat for real, for real. He just gets me so well. Like, oh my god. That's just my goat. My North Star. The American people are tired of women? I mean, considering the fact that we will be talking about women today. Women. Yeah, we did look up Pazuzu. That's true. Pazuzu does do terrible things to women. That is true. But listen, we are only specifically seeking Pazuzu on Dabubu. Okay? This has nothing to do with women. Man, these buildings look so funny. Look at their little... I don't know what that is. Shut up. Fuck you. I hate you. Yeah, they do little bouncies. They bouncy. They bounce on it. Funny ass buildings. That's that, I guess. Pazuzu has now been defeated. For now. We have defeated Pazuzu. Man, another planet, huh? Did not take long. Actually, there is one more thing I want to do. For Maluna. I think it might be time for another row of rockets. I guess I only have enough for 2 more, eh? Well, that wasted away much of that shit. Lovely. That's another little... Just the little things sometimes that just need to be fixed. Sometimes all you need to do is fix the little things. Or are we leaving again? New planet time for real this time. Yay. Everyone get your clappies. New planet. We put the particle manipulators on here. Wow, look at how manipulative they are. They turn things into coal. Santa would be proud. Oh yeah, more rockets, I guess. Build ships faster. Alright, it's time for some airplanes. Who likes airplanes? I like airplanes. But we're not starting immediately with airplanes. Darn curses. Fuck. No airplanes. But there will be airplanes. But some airplanes. And we're going to be encountering a new enemy. They're going to be rather spooky. So I believe the first planet in this is Proserpina. Double check. Yes. Just a bunch of mediums. But Proserpina! Like Josephina. That's where we're going. Do I have everything I need for this? I don't need turbo underground belts. Magic pump jacks. I don't have all my supplies. Curses! I have to go get supplies. Josephina. It sounds like Proserpina. I don't know. Don't ask why I did that. Shut up. Ligma. That's what I have to say to you. Okay, there's some stuff that we have to pick up first. Only a few things, but we still have to go get them. Do I really need to grab more mixed oxide fucking reactors? Oh, son of a bitch. There's no water in here. What the? What the Glirm? What this skibbity with the Rizzler? How long have I not noticed that? That's my question. Whatever. Oh, excuse me. These nuts. Ha, got him. That's funny. Man, Tuesday when the Epstein vote happens, it's gonna be such a wacky, wacky fucking goddamn day. Also, what's with all these Gen Z protests going on in Mexico? What exactly is going on here? There's a big Gen Z fucking protest that's going on. It's about the cartels. Apparently Claudia Sheinbaum built like a wall or some shit. And people are upset about... what? Haven't heard of them? It's going on right now. Gen Zers are having a fucking... like, they're scrapping with riot police, for fuck's sake. Like, oh my god, they just grabbed that one guy and are beating the shit out of him. Yeah, in Mexico City. They're climbing a fucking wall. Well, Alex Jones is saying it's because of right-wing business interests, and I somehow do not believe that is the case. Claudia Sheinbaum is apparently working with the cartels. A senator from Mexico went on Fox News and exposed it all. Oh, I'm sure. Because it's all, so far, it's all just a bunch of 3 IQ conservatives that are going ballistic over this shit. Yeah, I for some reason do not believe them. Let's see if I can find anything. That is not a fucking goddamn right-wing fucking source. Puta Judia. Is this like more like Hispanic white nationalist brain rot that's fucking happening from like the United States of America or something? Yeah, puta Judia. I wonder why we're saying puta Judia. I'm seeing nothing but fucking right-wingers talk about this. Here we go. Carlos Manzo, the mayor of Urupan, who was murdered for standing up to cartels. Protesters in the march against violence and narco-corruption in Mexico City. So... I guess, if I'm understanding this correctly, it seems like a mayor got killed by the fucking cartels. Claudia Sheinbaum's response to this has not been adequate in the minds of people. And so they think that she's working with the fucking cartels. Alex, do you know anything about Urupan? Is it more conservative, more rural or something? Because I'm seeing nothing but a ton of glowies. It's nothing but a bunch of fucking feds and glowies that are talking about this so far. I'm not really seeing anything. Anti-corruption protests. So they think that Claudia Sheinbaum is she working with the cartels? I've seen no indication that she's working with the cartels. Mexico City protests. In the days leading up to Saturday's protest, Sheinbaum accused right-wing parties of trying to infiltrate the Gen Z movement and of using bots on social medias to increase attendance, Sounds like something that the right-wing would definitely fucking do. This week, some Gen Z social media influencers said they no longer backed Saturday's protests, while elderly figures like former President Vicente Fox. Alex, who's Vicente Fox? Uruapan Michoacan is a city of 300k. So not exactly rural, a pretty large fucking city. Who is Vicente Fox? Who's that? Well, so far, there's a Mexican billionaire, Ricardo Salinas Pilego, published messages in support of the protests. So like this is fucking radiating radioactive energy. This is some fucking glowy shit so far. This looks like a psychological operation, and I think Sheinbaum is correct in saying that it might be because of right-wing parties and bots. The right-wing party. He's also part of the right. Okay. But he's switched before? Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, he's probably a fascist. If he's been a part of the right-wing party before and he's switched parties multiple times, that's consistent with fascists, because fascists will consistently switch party allegiances because they don't actually believe in anything. It's like every fucking fascist. Saturday's march was attended by people from several age groups, with supporters of Manzo attending the protest wearing the straw hats that symbolize his political movement. Well, probably not that, but whatever. Not a fash per se, but he's an opportunist to the max. So, fascist adjacent. My prescription on this: psychological operation. That is my prescription. I am, it's not passing the test. I'm getting glowy shit from this. This thing is, radiating fucking heat. How am I out of steel? What? There might be genuine anti-Sheinbaum sentiment, but I don't know the size of this. Sounds to me like the PSYOP is exaggerating how big these protests are. Yeah, well, I mean, it does seem like a lot of people did go out to fucking protest in wherever the fuck, in the city where this all happened. But yeah, none of the news outlets are talking about how many people there are in whatever the fuck. No one seems to talk about this. Yeah, so far in terms of what's happening here, I am detecting psychological operation. That is my honest assessment. Also, the Oxford Union has voted overwhelmingly in favor of a motion to declare Israel a greater threat to regional stability than Iran. Okay. I asked Lashi when she answers. By the way, she might be a good source because she doesn't seem very pro Shine Bomb. But I don't think she'd exaggerate stuff. Okay. Are you saying that your cousin is an enlightened centrist, Alex? What the? What kind of fucking... Time to start Pepe posting. We have enlightened centrists in the chat. She's weird. Oh. Just like Boy Meets Minnie. Dab got him. Hmm. So she's a lefty, but it seems like Maria, the party, lost support from educated liberals, the ones who went to college. Don't know why, and it's peculiar because she falls under that. It's weird. They used to be Maria's biggest proponents. She also used to be pro the previous incarnation of Maria. That's very, very, very weird. Um, Chat, is this just mental illness? Erm. Erm. Is this just mental illness? Where are you getting this 41 from? Uh-huh. That's where. My pet theory is that AMLO kind of sucked. True. The Mexican liberals don't have a grasp on right versus left politics. So instead of being like, well, AMLO sucked, but the other party would have been worse, they were like, AMLO sucked, so let's go with the other party. So, very similar to what happened in Canada. That's the same shit. Oh, Trudeau sucked? Oh, let's try it with the fucking conservatives. That's literally what happened up here. That was the initial dynamic of the Canadian elections. Like, Trudeau kind of sucked. Let's just go with the other guy. And then Trump's belligerence happened, and everyone was just like, wait, hold on. We actually hate Trump. Wait a second. We hate that guy. And Canadians snapped out of it. That guy, we fucking ate his guts. Fuck that guy. Why is the wind going all crazy? I don't like that sound. Wait, Alex, are you saying that you wouldn't have voted for Mitt Romney? That's a little sus. That's kind of sus, Alex. Are you trying to tell me that Mitt Romney isn't the greatest thing since sliced bread? That's kind of fucked up. That's a little fucked up there, Alex. You know what my prescription for this is, Boy Meets Mini? Kick more espers. It's time for some more espers to get kicked. Yes, it loads properly in chat, so I can see the esper getting kicked. Yes! Yes! Yes, we can see it get kicked. No, we're kicking espers just to, spite you. I don't know why. We're being assholes. This isn't about Romney. Romney just happened to be the main guy that's catalyzing this. Yeah, Mitt Romney killed Toys R Us. Now he's killing espers. What? I can't believe that Mitt would kill espers. That's kind of fucked up, man. Oh, man. I can't believe that Mitt Romney would kill fucking espers, dude. Just so over. Oh, man. That's funny. Oh, man. That emote is so funny. Yeah, we do still have Toys R Us here. Yep. We don't have a Mitt Romney killing the great noble Toys R Us and Babies R Us. We still got that shit up here in Canada. Is it profitable? I've been to Toys R Us every now and again. I picked up some Yu-Gi-Oh cards from there. Okay, I'll admit it. I admit it. Because all the other card stores are really far away. So I'd go to Toys R Us to get like some structure decks every now and again. Or Shoppers Drug Mart of all fucking places as well. But but we do a little bit of trolling. I can't believe that it would all be so Jover. I can't believe this would happen to a fucking Pazuzu. La Boo Boo. Ah, that's what happened to Toys R Us. It is profitable here? Oh, I never knew it was profitable here. I'm out of water. Of all things to be out of. I am out of water. You know what? That's it. I'm sending Boy Meets Mini to Pazuzu. Oh, that's why we're out of water. Oh, son of a bitch. I mean, just because something exists doesn't mean it's inherently profitable, right? Maybe I'm being too harsh on Toys R Us. Maybe I'm just being a little racist. That's true. I mean, that's also possible. Who knows? Well, we all know, yeah, I mean, it was all Mitt Romney that fucking stupid leverage buyout bullshit, which ended up killing Toys R Us. That's true. Probably not making money hand over fist. Yeah. It's existing, which sometimes is good enough. So, it looks like all of the right-wingers that are saying this is because of what's happening within whatever the fuck is because of, I don't know, people rebelling against the government. Because of whatever the fuck. That the right-wingers are all just fabricating a bunch of bullshit seems to be consistent. Because so far, it's a bunch of... It seems like it's a bunch of fucking groypers, and this is like some stupid right-wing fucking bullshit. So far, my assessment of this is that this is a psychological operation. That is my Daharumba assessment on the fuck shit that's going on in Mexico. The honest from this is from for all Daharumba patriots out there. This is a psychological fucking operation, and does not pass the smell test. Can confirm this is a psyop. I think I might need Tesla turrets for one of the planets, though. No, we have them. Okay, we do. Alright, new planet now. Prosafina. I'd look at polling for that. There you can get a more accurate picture. They're characterizing it as Gen Z. Well, funny thing, you can poll what they think, not go by protests. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, the No Kings protest to Electric Boogaloo, I was obviously not going to accomplish anything. It didn't really have the exact same energy, but it's more or less to show that Americans have not decided to co-sign themselves to death. People are still willing to go out there, and they're not willing to tolerate the bullshit of the current administration, which is still a good thing. Because I know there was like a ton of lefties dumping on the fucking No Kings 2 Electric Boogaloo protests, because lefties are fucking stupid. Yeah, because they're fucking stupid. And it was always obvious that this shit was never going to fucking accomplish much of fucking anything. Like, they're expecting that, like, some revolution to fucking happen during the Trump administration. That's not fucking happening. Not happening. American people are not actively clash conscious enough for that, but the good thing about the No Kings protest is that it shows that the American people are not willing to co-sign themselves to death yet, so that is a good thing. That is the good thing about the No Kings protest. But lefties are all cucked and stupid. What is Clyda Scheinbaum's fucking polling right now? Claudia Scheinbaum approval rating. Because last time I checked, it was like high 80s. Article from last month, 70% approval rating, down from 80. Yeah, okay, this is a psychological operation then. Yeah, this is some fuck shit. This is some fuck shit. She's at a 70% approval rating. She's still insanely popular with the rest of the fucking populace. Yeah, this is a nothing burger. Here, article from last month, El País. From October 1st, 75% approval rating. 78% approval rating, October 2025. Yeah, she's still very, very high. Higher than AMLO's, and AMLO's was at 72%. So yeah, this is I'm getting an idea here. I think this is a psychological operation. This is some fucking psyop shit. Yeah, I don't disagree with this, right? Well, not in the fucking town where this happened. It's definitely big in the town, right? Apparently about 100,000, 80,000 people. In a city of 300,000, though, 80,000 people going out to protest also seems a little unlikely. The reporting on this is definitely some fuck shit. That's 1,000% for certain. Yeah, I agree with that, Alex. That seems very to me as well. That many people going out to protest in a town of 300K? I mean, crazy if true, but in 2019, when the Bucharest protests, anti-corruption protests happened, it was reported that about 250,000 people went out to protest, but that's in the capital city of Romania. Millions of people live there. Yeah, this isn't passing the smell test. Right, depends where. Mexico City is huge. Uruapan is not. Exactly, yeah. This seems like, again... I am detecting some big psychological operations here. Also, here's our new planet. Proserpina. I didn't build a new ship for this planet. Rich soil, eh? Is the only thing that's here. It's a lot of soil. Slime weed. No, this place is not a gas giant. So here's where we're at. Right here. So it's a system of planets around a dying star. AKA, you're not getting solar power. It's basically like, this is a mini Aquilo, this is a mini Vulcanus slash Aquilo, and this is a mini Gleba, basically. But yeah, you mine this rich soil, I think, and then I can basically send any one of my ships though to pick up shit here though. But this planet is very heavily agricultural based. Very, very agricultural. Gleba, I would probably, actually no, I'd probably say this is like Gleba slash Fulgora. Yeah, this is like Gleba slash Fulgora. Because it's a fuck ton of tiny islands. No enemies. Unlike one of the other the next planet that's here, that being Lumeris, I think it's called. We're going to be encountering some, or Lumerez. We're going to be encountering some, and I know you can see them down there, the little worm icons. There's going to be some new enemies that we're going to be going up against. New enemies! New enemies! I heard you like biters, but what happens if they were cold? Many people have asked this question about biters but cold. The first time in a while that I've headed to a fucking planet with enemies on it, though. What is with these fucking small-ass islands? These small islands are so weird. What is that exactly? I don't think those are ore. No, those aren't ore deposits. I think the only ore deposit that's here is just the rich soil. That's it. It's just this shit. Everything else is just... well... slimeweed and soil and the chimneys. That's it. That's all that's on this planet. Some soil, some more soil, and that's that. Just a bunch of soil. Huh? Let's head down. I'm just gonna make sure. Are any of the problem planets having problems? Nope. You're Gucci. I've made a little emergency fixie thing if I ever have to fucking fix that, so I can just flip the belt and boop, fix it. So if there's ever any fucking nutrient problems on this dumbass planet, we can fix that shit instantaneously. So for example, boop, 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 boop. Fixed. Everything else should be stable. Alright, well. Let's head down there. There we go. There's a lot of wacky stuff here, so... Like greenhouses. Now you may be wondering, well, Daho, don't you already have greenhouses? Yes, but these are different. So fuck you. A lot of wacky stuff going on here. Water cleaning. Soil leaching. Rich soil. Plates and circuits. Slimeweed gel. Slimeweed farming. And just like that, we instantaneously get access to the fucking science pack. Rubber from slimeweed gel. Plant fibers. Makes carbon. Slimeweed processing. Slimeweed bloom. Slimeweed farming. And then everything else needs to be researched. Then I can make artificial rich soil. Yamako growth in rich soil. What exactly does this accomplish for me? That mayor that was killed was part of Morena, Scheinbaum's party, until he ran as an independent for mayor. Well, that certainly throws a wrench in the narrative about her working with the cartels. That throws a big fucking wrench in that story. Well, time to start debunking all the conservatives. Yep, this is a psychological operation. 80K number was for the protests that happened in Michoacan after he died. There were then nationwide protests today, including Mexico City. Okay, so the right-wingers are lying when they say that she's working for the cartels. Because, well, he was a part of Scheinbaum's party. Why would Scheinbaum want the cartels that she's working with to kill a member of her own party? That doesn't make any sense. This is a psychological operation. Okay, I believe we now have enough. I guess they could claim he left the party or some shit. If he's running as an independent, maybe. Okay, lovely. Um... Why are these things moving around? This is a really big patch, just not a lot of resources in most of this stuff. Oh, that's rich soil. So I guess this is the rich mineral water. So we have access to water. So it seems like everything's based around the greenhouse. We have no ways to make any fucking greenhouses. BBC article, they said thousands protested in the capital. Let me see if that's what it says in the CBC article. Yep, same in the CBC article. Yep, right-wingers are being very purposefully misleading with their language. I mean, a metro area of 20 million, city of 10 million. Yeah, a couple thousand people. That's like, it's enough to be like obviously potentially threatening. No, I think it's all just far right fucking. I saw a tweet about this. It's the first Groyper attempted revolution. I ironically do think it's a fucking Groyper revolution. So, yep. This is some fucking psyop Groyper shit. That's my assessment here. It's a we got a psychological operation. So what's the plan? What am I gonna do here? I guess this water's kind of shallow because I can land on this water. Okay. Just these things are kind of weird. These slime plants. A little weird. Oh. Let's see what's further down this way. Besides some more rich soil. Some islands, probably. More water. This place just looks kind of quaint. Kind of quiet. You know? Doesn't seem like there's too much crazy stuff going on here. Well, power generation. Let's think about that first. So I guess for power generation, what we're going to do is take a bunch of biological material, put it in burning towers, use that as heat, and then that's what we're going to use to power up some steam turbines, I think. And we're probably going to mine from this patch. I do like how they do this with the rich soil, the different pigmentations of the soil to represent how much soil is left. I think that's a very nice touch. I'm going to ignore the starting patch. Well, patches, I guess. Can I put, like, landfill on this fucking dumbass place? I'm gonna just ship in a bunch of landfill. Skip all the landfill building. Don't think I need trains here. Those seem unnecessary. Biochambers are definitely necessary. The fuck was I looking for? Here it is. Cargo landing pad and these. I guess the only question that I have here is how do I make rocket fuel? That's ultimately the only question that I have. How am I making rocket fuel? Alright, well, just stick this thing here for now. Pop, 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 pop. These. I don't have any stack inserters. I do have to say, this area is pretty far away, though. It is 30k away for just a small area. Actually, I don't know how we get calcite here. Definitely big mining drills. We'll send the foundries down anyways. "17-year-old killed the mayor, apparently. Has already killed himself while trying to apprehend him." Okay. Okay. Well, we have all our supplies now. Also, we're gonna send you to Klepa so we can pick up a bunch of landfill. this looks very wacky on the space map, I'm not gonna lie. Well, I guess we're just kind of chilling here for now. I didn't want to grab this. It's okay. There's plenty of more slime weed to go around. Alright, let's test to see if we can put landfill here. We most certainly can. Well, time to cover this entire place in a whole fuck ton of landfill. I can't tell how he was killed, but if he himself did it, or while he was carrying out the assassination, I found a paywalled article calling this the rise of the kamikaze hitman. I think we can operate off of the assumption, Alex, that the dude probably did fucking kill himself. And that this is probably some fucking gripe shit from America. This has some fucking, like, right-wing influenced fuck shit all over the fucking place. Right? This has glowy energy. This is some glow shit. And the right-wingers are using this as an excuse to gin up, I don't know, like, anti-left-wing sentiment. That is, like, I think that's the most obvious thing of obvious things of obvious things, right? That's, like, I think the easiest call in the fucking universe. Right, this has, like, schizo shit all over it, like, unironically. Grab these, grab these. A couple of these, probably I want. Grab these. And these. So that's how you get your mineral-rich water. Makes sense. Offshore pumps. We can turn that immediately into water. God, where is it? Here. Water cleaning. Pretty good return on investment there. With one speed 3 module, that's going to be a 1-to-1. But otherwise, it's a 3-to-2 ratio. Pretty simple, pretty clean. So we can get a lot of water very easily. So that's good. Easy source of water. This is going to be our easy clap source of rich soil. 14 million patch is a pretty big patch. Should be more than enough for our purposes here. Because that's the only thing we can mine. Everything else comes from slime weed. Which there's a fuck ton of everywhere. Obviously, for an initial beginning, we can just grab a bunch of it from in the shallow water. And whatnot. So, the only other thing that I need to do here is to just make a light freighter that comes over here to pick up the sciences from all three of these planets. All three of these planets are relatively close to each other, I think. Can I know the distance between these things? No. Oh, we can. Oh, yeah, we can. Yeah, that's a pretty relatively short distance, and then obviously the big long haul. We're gonna call this LFDDS for the Daidia system. Light Freighter LFDDS. Is that fluoroketone? Interesting. Yeah, we can just kind of chill here. We don't really have to do much of anything here. Hmm. Okay, so the circumstances surrounding the death of the assassin aren't clear. They're saying that it might have been the bodyguards of the mayor who killed him. Apparently, some are alleging that it was extrajudicial killing, that the assassin was already subdued when they killed him. Okay, so the story's not going to be made clear on this quite yet until we get more information. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. You know, maybe the person who was responsible for the extrajudicial killing actually, maybe it was an Esper. Just saying. Maybe it was all an Esper that did it. No? If you say so. If you say that it wasn't an Esper, I guess I'll believe you for now. Now, would an Esper, like, do we know that? Like, Espers are cats, and cats are really fucking moody sometimes, like women. It does a misogyny bit. I don't know. All of my right-wing instincts are telling me that the Esper would not subdue the assassin and just let it away. Well, Espers are moody because they are babies.
The American people are tired of women.
That's what I am exactly saying, Boy Meets Minnie. You are so real. The American people are tired of women. It is kind of late, actually. I should probably stop playing Factorios right now. Well, we're committed to being on this planet now, because we just saved. Lovely. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, we are definitely going to talk about this fucking Mexico protest stuff. There's a lot of wanky stuff going on here. And from what I'm kind of gathering here, I'm like, this seems like just a fucking psyop. Right wingers are trying to gin up some bullshit. Is the sense that I'm getting here. They're ginning up something. Or at least that's what they're attempting to do. Some real bullshit. Again, and this is one of the. Shut the fuck up, me. Man, we gotta. Why would this person dox themselves like this on this TikTok video? That's so weird. I don't want to listen to my own voice. I hate my own voice, Kappa. No, we gotta. There's some wacky characters out there. We're attracting a lot of wacky characters right now, you know? We're attracting a bunch of wacky characters. What was I doing again? Playing music. Alright. I'm gonna grab water. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We're gonna do all that stuff. Blah, blah, blah. I will be right back. And then we're gonna yap about the stuff in the fucking title. Very cool. BRB. All right, we're back. We are so Barack Hussein Obama. Ooh, also, today was the event. Wild Area event. Got all the shiny I was looking for. And if I was, you know, not looking for it, but if it was there, unknown W. If I do get the unknown W, I get the unknown W. Otherwise, I'm not really looking for it. I'm not actively trying to seek it out. But if I get it, I get it. Cool, great, fantastic. First shiny I get was the unknown W. I'm just like, oh, lovely. That's great. Very good. Can't complain about that. Fantastic. Can't complain. Can't complain whatsoever. So I got the unknown W. Then I find the imp. Found the imp. I'm like, okay, cool, lovely. That's the easier thing to get because it's available during both hours of the, whatever the fuck. Of the event. So either that being the dark hour or the fairy hour, because it's based around a dark fairy type. Impidimp and Grimmsnarl and whatnot. Blah 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 blah. Dark and fairy type. And then for the hat, I did a funny little trick. Just a funny little trick. So something that you can do in Pokemon Go is when you have hourly transitions of differing spawns, what you can do is you can just let, if you know that a certain Pokemon is a shiny, if a certain spawn is a shiny, you can just let the time pass when the spawns are meant to flip, and just let them flip. And the shiny that's still there, that you know is there, that you checked, flips into a different shiny. I found a shiny Dino. I'm just like, okay, it's about to be 5 p.m. Hour's about to flip. I'm gonna let it flip. It flips, I'm just like, oh, it's the exact thing I was looking for. How convenient for me. Very, very cool, very good. Because I was already, like, moving away from it. I was just like, wait, it's almost 5 o'clock. It's almost top of the hour. I could just wait for it to flip and see what it gets. And it turns out that was a very, very smart thing for me to do. Very, very smart. Oh man, the people are really pissed about the fact that Hassan got what, a first edition version of the Little Red Book. Everyone's having like a schizophrenic fucking meltdown of from this. It's very peculiar. Alright, I think I got everything I wanted.
scavando molto attentamente.
Shut up! Fucking these dumbass articles with the stupid ass fucking auto replay fucking bullshit. Stop it. Getting fucking memed on right now. Sure, fuck it. Stop paying attention for a little bit. Here, random Spaniard. Why am I listening to Spanish right now? My European racist sensibilities are starting to activate. I am about to become slur. I am about to say some slurs on the internet. It's the dang Espanol. We got everything we wanted. All right. Alrighty, I guess we got a little bit of a breaking sort of a story here. Big protests. By big, I mean a couple thousand protesters have come out to protest the assassination of a mayor in a smaller city in Mexico, specifically Monzo, I believe is the name of the mayor who was assassinated from. We don't have full news on this. Probably we'll put an update about this once we have the clear story. A 17-year-old who went in to the who assassinated the mayor of the of this city. God, I'm blanking on the name of the fucking city. Really blank on the fucking name of the city. What's the name of the fucking goddamn city again? Uruapan. There we go. Uruapan. I was forgetting the name of the goddamn city. So, mayor of Uruapan gets assassinated by... Or Uruapan. There we go. The mayor gets assassinated by a 17-year-old. He was allegedly apprehended, or he allegedly killed himself. We don't know the exact sort of... the exact story there. That still needs to be a little bit fucking clarified. So a bunch of right-wingers are like sawing out over the fact that they're using like Roman tactics or some shit. Every fucking like right-wing account is talking rather positively about this protest, and I think it's just like a psychological operation. You have Julio Rosas. This guy was at the Trump Antifa fucking LARP shit. Obviously, these guys are appropriating the One Piece fucking flag. All the obviously war dudes are also reporting on this as well. Yeah, this is pretty run of the mill. A couple thousand people are coming out in Mexico City. Mexico City, for those who don't know, metro area of about 10 million people, population about 20 million people. Giant fucking urban center. It is the capital, I believe, of Mexico. However, I believe a couple thousand people also, a couple hundred, tens of thousands of people rather, came out to protest in Uruapan. That's the name of it. In Mexico to basically, and the argument here is essentially massive anti-corruption protests are taking place because of the murder that the cartel did of Mayor Carlos Manzo. And people are calling for the resignation of Claudia Sheinbaum for this, which is very confusing to me because the right-wingers are essentially saying that Claudia Sheinbaum has ties to the cartel, but the mayor, Carlos Manzo, used to be a part of Claudia Sheinbaum's party, but ran as an independent for the mayoralship within the city. So, is the argument there that the party is getting revenge on him for leaving the party, running as an independent. If that were the case, he would have been a part of the right-leaning party. Alex, if you could tell me real quick, what's the right-leaning party's name within Mexico? I'm not 100% certain. But he was what? Part of Morena. And if he was trying to do a spite play, PAN or whatever, probably something nacional or some shit, right? If I were to take a guess, something nacional, is the name of the right wing party. Yeah, he didn't run as another party. That doesn't. So to say that this was like a political sort of revenge hit from like a cartel hit, but it was a random 17-year-old as per Mexican National Action Party. There we go. Thank you, Alex. To basically say that it was a 17-year-old associated with the cartels, basically. But we have a article here. Suspect in murder of Uruapan mayor was already arrested when he was killed. So he was already arrested, but then he got killed, unless the cartels killed him. 17-year-old meth addict identified as Uruapan mayor killer. Well, that throws a little bit of a wrench in the works of the right-wingers' narrative here, saying that it was Claudia Sheinbaum who's trying to work with the cartels in order to do a hit on the fucking mayor. So, yeah, this is not exactly passing the fucking goddamn smell test. And also, in terms of approval rating, this is just from last month alone. Her approval rating is still in the high 70s. It used to be up in the 80s, like mid-80s, and now it's in the high 70s. Still ridiculously fucking high goddamn approval rating. So you should ask yourself this question immediately. Why would she put out a random fucking hit? That's really, really fucking weird. The bodyguards killed him. If they are saying the cartels did it, then the mayor hired cartel bodyguards. Yeah, exactly. Like, the fucking goddamn, like, the story here is fucking nonsensical. Like, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, this shit is a fucking psychological operation, 1000%. The protesters that are going out here are all, and if I were to take a guess, probable far-right white nationalists. Now, you may be saying, well, Daho, these guys are all a bunch of Mexicans. No one know about the fucking current state of fucking online politics right now? Most white nationalists either tend to be Hispanic, Filipino, or fucking Indian for some fucking reason now. Like, all the weird fucking groypers tend to be of those fucking ethnicities for whatever fucking goddamn reason. They all just hate each other. Don't try to make any fucking sense of it. It's nonsensical. It's fucking stupid. They're doing this out of desperation about not being able to get any pussy. That's what it is. It's because they're like odious figures who can't get any fucking goddamn pussy. That's all that it is. But what do we have here specifically from CBC? A large protest against insecurity and government corruption turned violent in Mexico City on Saturday as demonstrators clashed with riot police outside the National Palace. Thousands of protesters. Again, the right-wingers are trying to make this seem like a huge, much larger event than it really is. Couple thousand protesters. This is pretty standard, I would say. They're trying to make it out as if this is a revolution within Mexico because it's being done against who they perceive as like a communist mayor. This is a small flash in the pan. If it was a real revolution in, again, Mexico City, with a population of 20 fucking million, and in the inner metro area where the National Palace would be about 10 million people, if it was about 1 million people, okay, I'd be more partial to that argument. A couple thousand? No. Definitely still a violent, dangerous fucking protest, but no, it's mostly a bunch of far-right fucking weirdos that are going out to protest because they think they have like an opportunity to try to oust Claudia Sheinbaum, who's, again, incredibly fucking popular within Mexico. This is not gonna fucking go anywhere. This is some stupid random glowy shit all over it. And this is a byproduct of fucking US cultural osmosis. We all know about all the fucking Hispanics who have become white nationalists. Like, there's so many of them that you find on fucking Twitter, and it's a consistent fucking meme where it's just like, alright, Indian, Filipino, or Hispanic. Is this white nationalist even fucking white? Probably not. Like, more often than not, most white nationalists don't tend to be white. They tend to be some other fucking race. It's so fucking goofy. Thousands of protesters marched from the Angel of Independence Monument through several streets and avenues before crossing the Zocalo, the capital main square where the National Palace. the home and office of President Claudia Sheinbaum, is located. Tensions exploded when mass protesters tore down metal barriers protecting the palace, prompting riot police to respond with tear gas and smoke bombs. Demonstrators pushed and kicked the fences, while some hurled stones at officers. There was like literally a video of like these protesters grabbing and just beating the shit out of a fucking goddamn officer. And I mean, keep in mind, the dude who got fucking killed, the fucking addict, identified as the mayor, is some 70-year-old meth addict. Probably not even affiliated with any of the fucking goddamn gangs or cartels like these people pretend to say. Like I said before, the mayor used to be a part of Claudia Sheinbaum's party, decided to run as an independent. That doesn't, like, if it was the case that this was meant to be a political hit by the fucking cartels, when this guy's bodyguards ended up being the main one who killed this fucking dude, it ended up being a hit. Does that mean his bodyguards were cartel members and let the fucking kid in or something? No, that doesn't make any fucking sense. The story here is nonsensical. I think this is just a lone wolf fucking hit from some drug addict. Probably like tripping balls or some shit and decided to pull a hit. And again, like, if they go ahead with some attempted revolution, the fucking population who has a big fucking approval rating of the current president that's in power, millions of people are going to come out to try to fucking counter the fucking protesters. If they try to do like some kind of a coup, it's going to be a complete fucking quagmire. Like, this is going to go nowhere. By the way, protests always happen here. Here or at the Angel Monument. It wasn't like storming of the White House or something. They always happen here, and they are always prepared for protests here. Oh, so the fact that they put up the walls, because they make it seem like it's a much more bigger deal than it is when they put up the walls. No, this is just like standard fucking fare and standard bullshit that happens. Oh, okay. So again, this is an instance of the right-wingers trying to manufacture consent for something when it's just simply not the case. This is a fucking psyop, purely done by a bunch of fucking goddamn right-wingers. Like, there's not really much else to fucking say about this. The demonstration, organized primarily by Gen Z youth groups, drew citizens protesting specific cases of violence, including the assassination of Uruapan Mayor Carlos Manzo. Participants waving Mexican flags voiced frustration over deteriorating security conditions and government corruption. Not really much evidence of this. We need more security, said Andres Massa, a 29-year-old business consultant. Who carried the pirate skull flag, who has become a global symptom of Gen Z protests. This is a fucking co-opting of the straw hat logo from One Piece, right? A lot more of the more genuine left-leaning fucking political protests and revolutions that have been successful in places like Nepal also used the symbol for the straw hats from One Piece, right? Luffy's fucking crew, basically, not gang, crew. And these motherfuckers are essentially trying to co-opt this in order to gain and garner some form of Western sympathy to try to go ahead with, if I were to take a guess, a fucking attempted coup on Claudia fucking Sheinbaum, which is not going to work, like I said before. Massive fucking support. And the basis of this is more than likely some fucking lone wolf hit. This is again, psychological operation. It's nonsensical. Several countries this year, member of the demographic group born between the late 1990s and early 2010s, have organized protests against inequality, democratic backsliding, and corruption, except this is not in pertinence to this at all whatsoever. So, there's nothing about inequality here. Claudia Sheinbaum, the corruption allegation, I don't think really sticks here in particular. And democratic backsliding. What authoritarian measures has Claudia Sheinbaum taken to centralize more power around herself? From what I understand, there's been like zero evidence for this whatsoever, so it's just nonsensical. Largest Gen Z protests took place in Nepal, where those cases were definitely happening, in September following a ban on social media. No, that's not the reason why that was the straw that broke the camel's back, CBC. The main thing for as to why Gen Z within Nepal were protesting was because of governmental corruption and nepotism within the government of Nepal and the incredibly high youth unemployment rate, which has been in place since the fucking 90s. It's about 20%, and it's been 20% consistently in Nepal since the 90s. So inevitably, young people were going to come out and just be like, can we do something about this? Like, we don't want to have to constantly go to India for fucking employment, dude. Can we fix the economy here? And that's why they went out to protest. The ban on social media talking about the protests, that was just the straw that broke the camel's back and led to the resignation of that nation's prime minister. In Mexico, many young people say they are frustrated with systemic problems like corruption and impunity for violent crimes. Impunity for violent crimes? What? What do you mean? Like, what are they, like, police beating the shit out of people for committing violent crimes? Again, the corruption sort of accusation here, I'm not really fucking seeing it. Again, psyop bullshit. This is what the right-wingers are constantly saying in order to make this protest seem more than it actually is. I think this is just a fucking psyop. Again, she still has very, very high approval ratings, which, again, CBC gets into. Sheinbaum still has high approval ratings despite a recent spate of high-profile murders that include the assassination of Monzo, a popular mayor in the western state of Michoacan. So it's just like, We know that the cartels are out of control within Mexico, and the main people that you have to blame for that is the United States of America. Because of the amount of arms and weapons that are produced within the United States of America, it has been very, very easy for a lot of people to smuggle those fucking weapons into Mexico. And I wouldn't be surprised if there were like arms manufacturers that had secret underpinning like black market dealings with the fucking cartels where they sell a bunch of US weapons. And it's been a difficult issue for the Mexican, military and military police to be able to contain because they have high-tech, high-grade American fucking weaponry on their side. So it makes it a lot harder to essentially take care of the cartels. And honestly, if you also wanted to undercut the cartels, all the US would have to do is the decriminalization of fucking drugs, and there you go. Now, how do the fucking cartels make money? They can't. Their market will instantaneously fucking collapse, and then it's over. Whoa, crazy. I just solved the whole fucking goddamn problem with the cartels in Mexico for the United States of America. Well, who would have thought? It was pretty fucking easy, actually. Yeah, like, that's a good point, Alex. Like, what? Should Claudia Sheinbaum fucking clamp harder on the protests? Then you will actually say that she's incredibly corrupt and being more impetuous when it comes to dealing with people within Mexico. It's nonsensical. Like, they're speaking out of both sides of their mouth. That's how you know this is complete fucking bullshit. This week, some Gen Z social media influencers said they no longer backed Saturday's protests. Well, that's a little interesting. I wonder why that's the case. Why are some of these Gen Z influencers not backing the protests anymore? Well, that's a little interesting. Seems like something very, very specific must have probably happened for them to not want to support this anymore. Almost as if it's just a fucking psyop and a bunch of right-wingers are trying to co-opt this shit. While elderly figures like former President Vicente Fox and Mexican billionaire Ricardo Salinas Pelego published messages in support of the protests. Vicente Fox, former conservative party member, former prime minister who was a conservative from 2010 to from 2000 to 2006, and a fucking billionaire are in support of these protests. The psyopingness of this protest is becoming more and more and more the glowing is going insane on this fucking shit. Like, this is a fucking pure psyop. Fox was a part of PAN. Yeah, that's the right-wing party within fucking Mexico. So again, this is not organic. This is an opportunistic position, an opportunity rather, that is being used by right-wingers in order to try to knock Claudia Sheinbaum down a peg. This is purely fucking political, and it was, like I said before, she still has high approval ratings, and the dude who did the hit, I think, is just some fucking lone wolf. I think is a lone fucking wolf. Like, that's all that it is. A meth addict identified as the fucking assassin here? Yeah, I don't fucking think so. Like, they're saying that the homicide is related to organized crime groups. Like, which organized fucking crime groups? Do we know if it's the fucking cartels even? There's other fucking crime groups that probably exist within Mexico besides the cartels. So I'm highly fucking suspicious of the fact that it was a Claudia Sheinbaum working with the fucking cartels in order to kill someone who was basically used to be a part of Sheinbaum's party but ran as an independent within the fucking mayoralship of Uruapan. So that means because of the fact he's running as an independent, Claudia Sheinbaum is orchestrated a hit on him, and the cartels sent some 17-year-old, a meth addict, to go ahead and do the hit, and the bodyguards didn't do anything about it. Do you probably see what I'm saying here? This shit is nonsensical. No, this is an attempt by the right to co-opt a protest, a relatively small protest in the grand scheme of things, for Mexico. Like Alex has indicated, he's from fucking Mexico, right? And he's basically said, like, this is shit that happens all the fucking time. This is pretty standard. Nothing really interesting is going here. And I'm not expecting any Western media to cover this in any other sort of way besides this is just a fucking right-wing psyop. I'm just going to come to that fucking conclusion. Like, from the stuff that I'm seeing, all this, from how it's being reported by the media and also the right-wingers, this is complete fucking bullshit. It's nonsensical. There's no there. It's complete fucking gobbledygook. And considering the fact that, as you're saying, Alex, Salinas Pelago owns media companies, yeah, this is a fucking op. Complete fucking op. They're trying to co-opt this fucking goddamn protest to try to catalyze some further movement within Mexico against Claudia Sheinbaum. Like I said before, her approval rating is still in the high 70s to low 80s range. This shit's not going anywhere, because even if there was some coup attempt that was orchestrated because of this, the Mexican people would basically rise up in order to defend their country if there was some fuck shit that happens from this. So, again, I think this is essentially, like I think people have been saying, the first attempted Groyper attempted rebellion. I think that's probably the best way of putting this, because we all know how many fucking Hispanic people tend to be fucking Groypers. Oh, a fuck ton of them tend to be fucking Groypers because of American cultural osmosis. Like, for fuck's sake, Nick Fuentes is Hispanic. Like, it makes sense that a lot of these people are also going to fall for the stupid fucking right-wing grift that Nick Fuentes has essentially orchestrated. So, yeah, this is complete fucking bullshit. Like, it's a psyop, and it's trying to be co-opted by the bourgeoisie and the right-wingers in order to try to oust fucking Claudia Sheinbaum, but it's going to be a miserable failure. This is ultimately not going to go anywhere. 70% is more than people voted for her. She won with 61% of the vote. Yeah, she is extremely popular, and when she starts doing her policies, because she's proposed, like, free public transportation, high-speed rail all across the whole thing, the entirety of fucking Mexico, improved infrastructure projects, yada yada yada, like basically like a Green New Deal, except for Mexico, and it's going to be, well, heavily economic prosperity for the Mexican fucking people. So yeah, like, this is a psyop. This is a fucking nothing burger. This attempted Groyper rebellion is not going to go anywhere whatsoever. Don't think there's really much else to say besides a bunch of people are just trying to co-opt this for their own fucking political purposes. This is fucking nonsensical. It'll be interesting to see if Donald Trump says anything about that. If he says anything about that, then you know it's complete bullshit. It's nonsensical. That shit ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. Puta Judea. Here, let me get the tweet. Where the fuck is it? God damn it, I lost it. Here. Well, this is not where I saw it from, but yeah. Some dumbass wrote this on the palace. So yeah, it's groiper shit. It's pure groiper. It's just a bunch of groipers. It's a psyop, dude. 1000%. Yeah, I'm telling you, Alex. I'm pretty sure they're groipers. I'm pretty sure it's a groiper. It's groipers, 1000%. All cultural osmosis shit. Boah. There's a Star of David cross out too. Yep. It's groiper shit. It's 1000% a bunch of groipers. Not even a question. All right. No getting distracted by cat videos. Anyway. Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump trying to now talk about their attempted invasion on Venezuela. Well, we all know that it was coming ahead to this bullshit over here with, The United States of America parking a carrier group there, deploying troops to do exercises in Trinidad and Tobago. They are probably going to fucking go ahead with an invasion. Like, they're still bombing boats extrajudiciously, which is illegal. They have not stopped any of that stuff. They're calling it something really soy. Southern Spear? SS? I'm not going to say anything, but, the United States of America wanting to do, I don't know, Iraq 3 Electric Boogaloo or some shit. Like, this is going to be a complete fucking disaster. This is going to be like Vietnam on fucking steroids with way more fucking people involved, because Nicolas Maduro unironically is going to gain more legitimacy from this shit, and also has given like basic training to, I think, every able-bodied adult within the fucking goddamn country. So even though they're not going to be well trained, but it's a dude with a gun, and there's going to be millions of them. Good luck fucking invading that. Not to mention if they were to retreat back into the fucking jungles, mountainous fucking jungles. Yeah, again, good luck fucking invading that shit. Like, this is a terrible idea. This is from the supposed, like, a pro-peace fucking president who has talked about wanting to reinvade fucking Afghanistan, for fuck's sake. Now wants to do an invasion of Venezuela. And it also wanted to do an invasion of fucking Nigeria, for fuck's sake. Like, this is going to be a complete disaster. Again, the boats still getting fucking bombed. This is illegal, by the way. From U.S. Southern Command, of course. Another boat. And now the death toll has climbed to 80. 80 dead people have been just randomly bombed by the United States of America, mostly just a bunch of fucking fishermen. And they're saying, like, oh, it's all narco boats, obviously. It's just like, okay, I want you to, like, think about this for 3 seconds. The claim is that there are a bunch of narco boats coming from Venezuela up to the United States of America in tiny little speedboats. In tiny little speedboats, traveling thousands, and I mean thousands upon miles, that are somehow going to all make it into the U.S. and somehow not get stopped by the fucking Coast Guard, which is constantly patrolling around those waters anyways. Yeah, I don't fucking believe that for even 3 fucking seconds. It's complete bullshit. And reminder, the first instance of this happening, when they started bombing boats randomly, was a bunch of people who were coming back from Trinidad and Tobago, because Trinidad and Tobago is like literally a hop, skip, and a jump away from the coast of Venezuela, so it makes sense that a bunch of fishermen would probably do some island hopping between those islands to get, like, well, fish a bit and then sell shit within Trinidad and Tobago and, like, come back into Venezuela. Like, that just makes sense to me, like, doy. But apparently for the Trump administration, because they were fishermen specifically, were coming back from Trinidad and Tobago, and then they got bombed after coming back from Trinidad and Tobago. Again, no evidence has been suggested for any of the boats that these motherfuckers have been consistently bombing with drones and whatnot, and I don't know, maybe like some ship-based missiles or some shit. Mostly drones have been doing the fucking bombings. That they have had any drugs on there, and they've just been randomly killing people, including, like, people from Colombia. Colombians have also been on these boats as well, and they've also been getting killed by the Trump administration extrajudiciously, with no evidence for this. The standard procedure and protocol for what you're supposed to do if you are see someone who is in a suspected fucking narco trafficker in a boat or whatever, is you go up to the boat and you try to board them and you search for drugs. That's what you're supposed to do, not just bomb first and ask questions later. But unfortunately for the Trump administration, we only operate off of bomb first and ask questions later. So, there's a boat there, probably has drugs on it, fucking bomb the shit out of it. And it's gone so bad that even the UK is no longer sharing intelligence with the US about suspected drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean. Because what's the point? They're just going to bomb anyways. Who knows if they're willing to even listen to any of the information that the UK provides, because again, like, if we're talking about a lot of the islands that are in the Caribbean, a lot of them used to be a part of the British fucking Empire. Like, Jamaica used to be a part of the British Empire. I don't know if they're part of the Commonwealth anymore. British Virgin Islands, for example, British British. Like it. This is why I'm just saying, like, this is such a astronomically, like, stupid fucking idea what the United States is doing here, and it's so bad that now one of the members of the Five Eyes, that being a collection of Western countries who intelligence share with one another. I think it's the U.S., the U.K., Australia, Canada, and someone else. I'm forgetting the fifth eye. Who all do intelligence sharing with one another, and that's like an agreement that we have in terms of doing a bunch of intelligence, sharing of like assets of intelligence, yada yada yada, standard like national state security stuff, blah 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 blah. And one of the major members of that like sort of intelligence sharing alliance is now deciding to cut ties, or not cut ties, suspending intelligence sharing with what's going on in the Caribbean because of what the U.S. is doing in terms of all the fucking bombings that they know are absolutely fucking illegal. This is a terrible fucking look. I'm just curious, what does the video have to say?
Just into the Situation Room. The United Kingdom is suspending some intelligence sharing with the United States because of the Trump administration's strikes against alleged drug boats in the Caribbean.
CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand joins us with her exclusive reporting. So this is so significant, Natasha, because the UK is arguably the closest ally to the United States when it comes to intelligence sharing. And now on this issue, at least, it's pulling back, right?
That's exactly right, Pam. So previously, the UK had been a very important intelligence sharing partner for the US in the Caribbean, because, of course, the UK has a number of territories in the Caribbean. They have an interest in helping to stop the flow of drugs to the United States and to elsewhere in the Caribbean. And so they would often share intelligence, given the intelligence assets that they have down there, with the US to help.
I think there was like a Bell the Fifth Column video who said, like, yeah, the correspondent that you're probably going to go there for people who are doing spy shit, which is illegal, obviously, but, doing a bunch of fucking spy shit within the area of the Caribbean. The dude you're probably going to talk with is probably some British intelligence officer, because, again, a bunch of British fucking territories within the fucking area, and also territories that used to also be a part, or are currently a part, of the British fucking Commonwealth. So they more than likely have a bunch of fucking Brits, or like probably some intelligence students that are going to be stationed in those particular areas, doing intelligence gathering on like drug trafficking and boats and all this fucking shit. Doing spy shit, basically, right? Like standard, not standard stuff. And losing the British in that fucking area, that's a major, major blow for the fucking United States of America.
The U.S. Coast Guard interdict and arrest drug smugglers, and also to seize all of the narcotics on board. But that changed when the U.S. military started actually blowing up these boats, using lethal force against these vessels. The UK was deeply uncomfortable with that, felt that it violated international law. And for that reason, it suspended that intelligence sharing with the U.S. Just over a month ago, we're told, because it did not want its intelligence and its information being used by the U.S. military to carry out these kinds of lethal.
Because if there is a lawsuit that goes to the International Criminal Court, the UK could potentially be held liable, because they don't know if the US is operating off of any British fucking intelligence, or they may know, but they're not going to fucking disclose that, obviously, because that'd be stupid. Like, why would they ever disclose that? And they now feel like that this may be rather compromising for them, saying, like, if they're operating off of our intelligence, which is very, very likely, we don't feel comfortable in sharing our intelligence with the United States on what could be suspected drug trafficking boats, which we don't think are actual fucking narco boats, because they're not even following the proper protocol. Like I said before, you don't bomb first and then ask questions later. You ask the questions first and go on the boats, board them, and seize the... Well, you do a search and see if you have to fucking seize any of the fucking drugs and arrest the people on the boat. That's how it works. You don't just bomb people belligerently. That's not how any of this works. And as a result, since the UK is just like, we're not good with this. Like, we don't think that what the US is doing here is above board. This is probably fucking illegal, and we want absolutely fucking nothing to do with this bullshit. So they're probably gonna pull out.
Attacks. Now, this comes amid a lot of skepticism, right? I mean, broadly from legal experts, as well as now we're seeing from the international community about the legality of this U.S. military campaign in the Caribbean. We have reported previously that the U.S. Southern Command commander offered to resign last month because he had been raising questions about the legality of these strikes.
Ooh, that's also not a very good fucking look. We all know how much the Trump administration does not like people within positions of power asking questions. You're supposed to be a nice, loyal little fucking lapdog. But here's the thing with people in the Pentagon. They really do not like Trump because they see him as like a boisterous belligerent who does not follow any of the fucking proper protocols. Again, most of the fucking officers that are going to operate within the Pentagon are going to be intellectuals. They're probably going to be West Point fucking pencil pushing fucking liberals. People who are not going to be big fans of fucking Trump. And guess what? If Trump wants to have that fucking authoritarian crackdown, he needs to have those people on his side. Doing more and more, like, stupid bullshit like this, not doing a good job ingratiating those people to your side there, Trump.
And he is set to retire early next month, just 1 year into his tenure as the Southern Command Chief. And so there have been a lot of questions here about whether the U.S. military campaign is legal. And now we are actually seeing that play out in practice, with the UK saying, we don't believe that these strikes are in keeping with international law. We believe that they're illegal, and we don't want to be complicit in them. That is really the key here. They don't want their information being used to target individuals on vessels that are then going to be killed, who are, in the UK's mind, civilians. Of course, the US has...
It's been 80 people have now been killed at this point. I'm fairly certain that they are all just random civilians. And by the way, they think that they're going off after only Venezuelans. It's not just only been Venezuelans. There have also been confirmed killings of Colombian citizens as well. So I thought Colombia had nothing to do with the current narco trafficking that's going on, right? Well, what happened? Oh, it's a bunch of fucking gobbledygook to begin with. This is nonsensical here.
Argue that they are enemy combatants, and they don't want that to be on their hands. And so now we are seeing the suspension of intelligence sharing. Unclear how long that's actually going to last, but there's a lot of ambivalence here about the U.S. military's operations, both in the Caribbean and increasingly in the Eastern Pacific.
Can't really disagree there. But yeah, this is like, it's obviously illegal, and they're trying to basically come up with any excuse right now to go ahead with an invasion of Venezuela, because in the minds of the dementia-addled freak that is currently at the head of the presidency of the United States of America, he, for whatever reason, thinks that the main distributor of drugs from like South America is Venezuela, when that's not the case. Colombia's like right next to there. That's like the stereotypical where all the cocaína fucking comes from. It's Venezuela. And also, again, most of the drugs that come into the U.S. are from legal ports of entry from drug traffickers that come into the country legally. And I thought that Donald Trump said that there was no more people that were coming in from the southern border. So then by that logic, there shouldn't be any more drugs that are coming in. Does everyone broadly speaking understand just how fucking nonsensical this is? This is an excuse by the Trump administration. They are trying to manufacture consent for an invasion of Venezuela. Because, again, first things first, how many fucking Venezuelans came in via TPS under the Biden administration? It was about 1.2 million people. A vast majority of them were Venezuelans. Now, you may be wondering, that's a good question that you're asking yourself, why is it mostly Venezuelans that came in? Oh. It all comes back to the 2019 coup attempt that Donald Trump had in 2019. This is a point that I think I have said on this channel up to at least half 100, like 50 fucking times, couple dozen times, and I'm going to keep reiterating the same point over and 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 over again, because it still has pertinence to this current moment we find ourselves under. Juan Guaido came with 3 other dudes in a fucking goddamn trench coat, got spotted out by some Venezuelan fucking fishermen, reported to the authorities, and it was a botched, complete failure of a fucking coup attempt. Probably some of the dumbest, like, one of the fucking stupidest coup attempts that was ever attempted under the fucking Trump administration. It was half-baked, barely planned out, and it was just fraught with so many fucking problems from the onset, because Donald Trump had a pretty big hand in helping orchestrate the fucking goddamn coup. As a result of the failure of that fucking coup attempt, what did Donald Trump do in response after his really pathetic attempt at a attempted regime change within Venezuela? He slapped sanctions, harsh fucking sanctions, on the Venezuelan economy, specifically on oil, that caused the economy to go into hyperinflation. And as a result, hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans, if not millions of Venezuelans, started to leave because the economy was collapsing. Oh my god, a bunch of people are going to leave their country in times of economic fucking turmoil? No. I'm shocked. I can't believe that people would do that as a result of, Donald Trump doing a botched coup attempt, a really pathetic fucking coup attempt back in 2019, him getting fucking salty about it, and then him slapping those fucking sanctions on the Venezuelan economy, causing it to go into a death spiral. Because he himself has said before on the campaign trail in 2024, I want the oil. Like, I thought, like, listen, I thought when I did all the sanctions on Venezuela, the country was going to collapse. It'd be easy to get the oil. But I just want the oil. That he literally said that. There's clips of him fucking saying that. He said that he wanted the fucking oil. No different than fucking George Bush right there. So, again, Venezuela is, like, basically, honestly, for, like, lack of a better fucking term, Donald Trump's attempt at a fucking Iraq. It's Iraq 3 electric boogaloo. He is no different than every fucking other neoconservative that is currently still populating the fucking Republican Party. No different. It's just that instead of Iraq and the Middle East, it be Venezuela and fucking South America. No fucking difference. And all because of shit that he did himself. He caused this huge migration wave of Venezuelans because of this 2019 coup attempt, and now he's lazily, very fucking lazily, because nobody's buying this. Everyone thinks, in America, everyone thinks this is fucking bullshit. It's like, okay, bro, whatever, nice fucking meme. You're just randomly bombing civilians and boats, for fuck's sake, in international waters. Nobody's fucking buying it. It's so blatantly obvious that it's just another attempt at another Iraq-esque fucking goddamn war. It's so obvious. It's so blatant. And this is coming from the dude, by the way, most pro-peace fucking candidate ever. Apparently he stopped 8 wars. Yeah, 8 wars. Yeah, totally. He totally stopped 8 wars. Yeah. Huff that fucking copium. Like, and he's now trying to gin up and orchestrate invasions of multiple countries. Like, he literally said he wants to take back the air base within Afghanistan. American boots are going to have to go on the ground on that. He said he wanted to invade Nigeria, and he's now saying insistently and is doing actions that may lead to a potential invasion of Venezuela. And if he does do the invasion of Venezuela, oh boy, if you thought his approval ratings were bad before, they are going to go down, 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 because nobody wants to do this fucking invasion, and it's going to make everyone fucking pissed, and it's just going to be like, oh, would you look at that? Another fucking illegal occupation of another fucking country that we had no business of interfering with. So again, personally, as your political advisor, Donald Trump, you should do the invasion of Venezuela to just so blatantly and nakedly point out just how much of a fucking dumbass that you are. So, whatever. Fuck it. Who cares? It doesn't matter. None of this fucking matters to the Trump administration. The only reason why he wants to do this to begin with is because he wants to secure some form of legacy under himself when he's inevitably going to keel off and fucking die because his brain is barely working and his body is starting to fail. I don't think there's really much else to say besides this is a really, really fucking pathetic attempt at the manufacturing of consent for another Iraq-esque fucking invasion. Nice fucking meme, Republicans. So much for your pro-peace fucking candidate. Nice meme. Not a TYT video. No. TYT in the year of our Lord, 2025? I can't believe that my heckin' Reno pro-Pizzerino candidate Reno is full of shit. No. Alright. Let's get started with this fucking bullshit. Probably need to move myself out of the way a little bit. Well, the male loneliness epidemic, which is, I'll be quite honest, mostly a self-inflicted wound by a lot of men. I'll fucking say it. I don't really give a shit. A lot of this is fucking self-inflicted wounds here by men specifically. Like, fellas, it's, if you want to get fucking pussy nowadays, don't be a fucking Republican. Don't be a Trump supporter. You want like pussy repellent? Be a Republican. be conservative. Because again, it should be fairly obvious why. The Republican Party has been consistently a party that would advocate for the revocation of women's rights, specifically in 2022. Trump appointed 3 conservative Supreme Court justices who had a hand in playing of the revocation of Roe v. Wade, a revocation of abortion rights for women within Republican fucking states who immediately passed draconian anti-abortion laws. So, should be fairly obvious that a lot of women who are more and more going to college and graduating and getting college degrees are, not liking fucking Trump supporters who, generally speaking, are not as fucking educated. Obviously, this is a general sort of thing with a lot of the lumpen fucking proletariat. Yeah, we've used this Marxist sort of term and concept before, but it's essentially the lumpen proletariat are the part of the proletariat who will consistently advocate for things that are against their fucking class interests. Advocate, like being a fucking Trump supporter, and if you are poor, you are actively voting and going against your own fucking class interests. And there's complicated reasons for that, lack of class consciousness being the main one, but also because of a lot of lack of education. Let's be quite honest here, a lot of Trump supporters barely fucking finished high school and don't go to fucking college thinking that a lot of them probably do unironically think that college is just like a communist hellhole meant to fucking indoctrinate you into fucking trans ideology, which is okay, bro. Yeah, totally. That's really, really how that fucking works. But it's also just because they have a lot of fucking backwards fucking cultural beliefs. I'll take my opportunity to keep shitting on fucking rural dipshits, honestly. Like, yeah, absolutely. Those are people that do not represent the core of America. The people who represent the core of America are people from New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, all of the big fucking cities within the United States of America. Those are the actual representations within America. The rural backwater shitholes that exist have been left a long time ago. And that's just how it is. That's just the evolution of the economy. It's all about the inner fucking cities now. They have always been the financial and cultural, economic centers of production within the United States of America. And that's always been the fucking case. Like, let's be honest here. And a lot of the women that are going to be there are going to be college fucking educated liberals who fucking hate Trump and his supporters because they had a direct hand in play in the revocation of a lot of their rights. Obviously, it's going to be the vast majority, but not all of them. But we're talking about the male loneliness epidemic. This is a big contributor for as to why. And Roe v. Wade basically made that significantly worse. The thing that helped catalyze it and made it much of a, like, it was the starting of a snowball, because there was also polling on this before. For a lot of young women, if they hear that you are a Joe Rogan watcher or like a Manosphere podcast watcher or an Andrew Tate supporter, instant fucking turn off. Guys, it turns out that women don't like men who want to take away their rights. Whoa, that's crazy. And a lot of these like stupid, dumb fucking conservatives will talk about this. This is why the 19th Amendment needs to be repealed. The consequences of the fucking sexual fucking revolution, and that's what's causing all these lascivious fucking women to want to advocate for their own rights. It's just like, dog, it's the arc of progress. It always moves forward. Women's rights were always going to happen, whether you stupid motherfuckers are going to like it or not. And a bunch of men back in those days, when the suffragette movement got the 19th Amendment to allow them to vote, lots of men were also in support of that, saying like, yeah, maybe, like, women should be able to vote. Fuck it, why not? Who cares? There was a lot of protests. There was a lot of blood that had to be shed, a lot of sweat, a lot of tears, but it eventually ended up being successful. Same with the sexual revolution that led to the 1974 bill that essentially ended the sort of abuse, a lot of the fucking domestic abuse and violence that happened as a result of your sort of 1950s golden age of America. Because I've talked about this before. Lots of domestic violence cases and problems with abuse generally happened during those fucking times. Lots and lots of cases. And those would go heavily underreported or not reported whatsoever, because a lot of the police would just not follow up on any of those fucking cases because heavily fucking misogynistic time. And the sexual revolution happened as a result of that. And that's how you got no-fault divorce. That's how you got women being able to open up their own bank accounts. That's how you got women being able to have more agency within society. They had a lot more fucking rights given to them. And it's the inevitable fucking arc of progress that's constantly coming to, well, every fucking goddamn country. But the reason why we're talking about this is because there was a recent Scott Galloway sort of address on CNN where he's talking about this. There's also like another interview. We're just going to only watch one of the interviews. he's talking about male loneliness now, and because he has like a new book or some shit. Now, Scott Galloway, for those who may not know, creator of Dilbert, and he likes to fashion himself as a little bit of like a savant in terms of philosophy. But if you look at like, I don't know, any of the things that he says, you just like look at him, you're just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, does your brain like function properly? What I'm saying here is that he's a fucking dumbass, like complete conservative dipshit who barely knows what he's fucking talking about. But since he wrote a successful comic strip talking about like, I don't know, like American office culture, which is broadly speaking what Dilbert is, a commentary on American office culture, and it was very, very highly successful, and he made a lot of money from it. That means he can have like an authority to be able to tell people what he believes and have people be inherent adherence to that. And it's just like, no, dude, that's not how that fucking works. Don't do this like Curtis Yarvinist, like monarchistic fucking bullshit. Don't be like a fucking Platonist, you weirdo. But what do we have here?
There is a crisis facing boys and young men in this country. And my next guest, author and podcaster Scott Galloway, says it affects everything from their ability to form friendships, go out on dates, find jobs, find purpose in their lives. Scott's the host of the Prop G Pod and co-host of the Pivot and Raging Moderates podcast. He's a best-selling author, and his latest book is Notes on Being a Man. And Scott joins me now. I want to read to you writing this book.
So Anderson Cooper, let me help you out here, bud. So, going out on dates, going out on, forming social ties and friendships and whatnot. Allow me to introduce to you my favorite graph. Why, hello, wage productivity gap graph. I love this graph. This is my favorite graph because it's pretty much a perfect encapsulation for the current economic times that we are in. This isn't just a problem with men, by the way. This is also a big problem with women. Less so because they've been going more and more to university, able to get more successful jobs, blah, 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 blah. Less of a problem for them, but it's still an issue for them as well. Guys, it turns out to be able to go out to eat and have fun with people, you need money in order to do that. To be able to pay your bills, your car, your insurance, your gas, your utilities. Turns out you need money to be able to do that. And having to work, and I mean constantly work, 2 to 3 jobs at a time in order to just be able to get by barely with rent, your food, your utilities, your insurance, your rent, not to mention whatever other bills you have to pile up, like your phone. You need a phone in order to be able to communicate in this day and age right now. And because of suburbanized fucking infrastructure that exists within the United States of America, you gotta have a car to be able to get anywhere. No third places in that decrepit shithole known as the fucking United States of America. You can't use public transportation to get anywhere. Hardly, unless you're in one of the bigger fucking goddamn cities. Otherwise, good luck with that shit if you're living in, I don't know, rural Oklahoma or some shit. Like, you gotta have a car. Or if you live in a fucking suburbia, you need a car to be able to get anywhere. So it's just like, no wonder there's a more epidemic of fucking loneliness amongst men, because the conditions on the ground have made it such that it's harder for people to socialize with one another in general. And this gets back to my magnum opus argument. The reason why this is the case, and this has been outlined by our boy Mark Fisher in Capitalist fucking Realism. Capitalists in the sort of hyper-commodified, late-stage capitalist society that we find ourselves under will do anything, and I mean anything possible, to monetize and commodify every single aspect of human existence on the planet. Your health care, the food that you eat, the water that you need to drink, housing, every thing that is needed to survive, heavily fucking monetized within the United States of America for the benefit of corporations and the rich. This also extends to social interactions. AI companions is an example of this. Essentially, a way for people to be able to just waste time with their AI fucking companions in order to just like sit there, be a vegetable, and just like waste your fucking time. And unironically, the people who make these fucking demon machines, these things that should not exist, should be these abominable intelligences that need to be wiped off of the fucking face of the planet have admitted to saying that this is the purpose of this is to just waste people's time. So then they don't go out, don't socialize with one another, and be paid pigs to, I don't know, fucking LARPy Misa Misa that from Elon Musk or some shit so he can make more fucking money. That's the whole point of all of this, and it has an adverse effect on the socialization and the social ability of people, generally speaking, within the United States of America. And this all started from suburbanization, car culture, and the destruction of fucking unions. Destruction of unions led to, obviously, this sort of paradigm where wages have been stagnant since Reagan, basically, like hardly keeping up with inflation and hardly keeping up with net productivity. Americans have been getting way, way more fucking productive, generally speaking, and guess what? Wages have not fucking kept up with that productivity for decades, and people are not able to pay their fucking bills as a result, and it's getting worse. But, you know, the capitalist has to be able to monetize every single aspect of your fucking life. And if that means they can further monetize the ability for people to be able to organize with one another and have social bonds with one another and go after the basis of what labor organization is, the ability to socialize with one another, they'll do that in order to make sure that they can maintain their position in the hierarchy for as long as possible. And that, of course, being right at the fucking tippy top. It's all intended from these motherfuckers.
Algorithmically generated content on social media contributes to and profits from young men's growing social isolation, boredom, and ignorance. With the deepest pocketed firms on the planet trying to convince young men that they can have a reasonable facsimile of life on a screen, many grow up without acquiring the skills to build social capital or create wealth. The statistics are insane. Like 45% of men 18 to 25 have never approached a woman in person.
Never asked a woman out in person. And what they're up against, think about it, you could largely describe America right now as a giant bet on AI. 10 companies have driven all the growth in GDP, are responsible for 77% of the earnings growth. Our economy literally rests on 10 companies now, often referred to as the Magnificent 10. And they do several things, but quite frankly, they're in the business of enragement, polarization, and then sequestering young people from all other activities.
And that's only getting worse given where...
Is this Scott Galloway the dude who made fucking Dilbert? I might be confusing my fucking bald white guys. Might be a different fucking bald white guy who wrote Dilbert. Yeah, I think I might be another bald white guy or some shit. Yeah, like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Like, he's just correct here. Yeah, the monetization of social interactions that is going on right now is the main reason that this current paradigm exists, where people don't fucking approach women. Okay, personal fucking anecdote time. I have never approached a woman. Scott Adams. I was confusing my Scots. Thank you, Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah, Scott Adams made Dilbert, not Scott Galloway. I was confusing my Scots. That's my mistake. Yeah, Scott Adams likes to sort of like pose himself as a fucking philosopher king, and he's like a stupid fucking moron, like complete fucking psychopath. Yeah, I was confusing my Scots. I'm really bad with names. I always forget that. But yeah, that dude's a fucking psychopath. Yeah, like, this is just one of those things where it's like, duh. And personal anecdote time. I have, in all of my 29 years of life, I have never asked a woman out on a date. Never. I have never done it. First off, I'm way too fucking nervous for that shit. I'm way too socially stunted and autistic for that shit, okay? I like playing my video games. I like playing my factory automation games and Factorio and just being a fucking autist. Also, I basically made the unironically, I made the Volcel pledge in high school saying, like, well, before I can kind of go and like try to help work with, well, help another person, because, you know, I still had the like sort of traditional masculinity mindset. It's like, well, if I want to be able to help another person be successful in life, like, I need to be successful in my own life first, be able to be on my own 2 feet before I can, you know, have someone else in my life and be able to help them. At least that's how I thought of it back in high school. Obviously, I matured, I grew up. That's not the case. I don't believe that anymore, obviously. it's a mutual effort nowadays, especially with how the fucking current economy is. It's a mutual effort with how it is now, because people don't have any money to be able to do anything. So, and I made these realizations that I'm probably just like completely and utterly fucked, considering all the shit that happened. I graduated university during COVID, so I'm just like, great, there's a big wrench in the fucking goddamn work. And also, because of the shitting of the Canadian economy, I got caught in a fucking firing wave where I lost my fucking job. It's just like, well, nothing I could do about that. I got caught in a firing wave, and to this day, it's been about 13 months, still haven't found a job. The economy is really fucking destroying my shit right now, and as a result, have I ever thought about asking a woman out? No. Fuck no. I need to be able to, I don't know, take care of my own shit before I can even think about, I don't know, including someone else in my fucking life. So it's just like, that's just kind of just how I thought of it. And still way too fucking nervous and autistic for any of this shit anyways. I'm just like, nah, I tried Tinder once, and it just scared me. I was too fucking nervous. Same with like all these like dating shows. Those things also terrify the fuck out of me. But I was just like, nah, I don't want to interact with any of that shit. That makes me way too fucking nervous. I want nothing to do with any of that. But yeah, like, COVID hit, made everything fucked. Like, I got more fucked than I already was. And then obviously, I was stuck in my parents' house. I'm obviously not going to try to find someone then. And then I moved out of my parents' house. I'm just like, okay, I have a job. I'm out of my parents' house. Maybe I can actually try to do something. But I'm not even paying my own mortgage and everything. And then I lost my job, and I'm just like, well, still fucked. I can't do anything. So yeah, like I'm just like completely fucking boned. There's like literally nothing I can fucking do about this. Unironically, my mom has also said that, like, it's like, oh, my naturopath person, like some fucking doctor she goes to, whatever, has said like, oh, there's like someone who's exactly like you, and I could like arrange to try to have you two like meet together on like a date or whatever, and because she's very similar to you, and the thing that instantaneously turned me off of that when she was suggesting that, I was just like, okay, maybe whatever, was when she mentioned that she currently works for her dad's construction company and she's very rich. I'm just like, that to me was an instant fucking turn off. I'm like, no, you're just saying that because you want to get the fucking money. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, no, get, dude. Like, fucking stupid. Yeah, after COVID, now this brain rotting clown fascist, it's just stupid. It's stupid. Well, it's not that the girl herself is like a massive red flag. I never met the girl. I have no idea who the fucking girl is. It's just my mom mentioning it that way and framing it in that sense, just made it a complete turnoff in my mind. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. Fuck that shit, dude. And it's like, I also, in the back of my mind, it has to be like a very, very, I don't know if she's a fucking conservative support. That doesn't matter, okay? I don't know what her fucking politics is. I never met the girl. Again, I don't know who the fuck this person is. In the back of my mind, I also have to make sure that it's like a perfectly conventionally attractive woman as well, and not Indian, because they're gonna meet my mom eventually. She has a way of just nosing her way into all this fucking bullshit. So I'm just like, okay, she's racist. She only came around on saying like, okay, if you want to date an Asian girl, I'm not really gonna give a shit about that. It's like, well, at least she came around there. But Indians, she's like, no, absolutely not. And even if they were like perfectly conventionally fucking attractive, probably not. That would be a hard sell. I'd be like, I don't want to fucking put her through that, because it's gonna be a huge pain in the ass for me, because she's gonna be fucking annoying about it, and it's gonna be a huge pain in the ass for the girl. I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna bother. I don't fucking give a shit about this. Like, fuck off. I don't want to think about this. Like, it's not about her. It's my mom is a pain in the ass, and I don't want to fucking deal with it. It's gonna be fucking annoying. I don't want to think about this. Like, stupid. I'm just gonna like co-sign myself to being like, nah, it's too much of a hassle. I don't want to fucking think about this. Fuck that. Like, and that's like generally the main problems for as to why I guess I'm suffering under the male loneliness epidemic and crisis, because I am being serious. Like, I have never asked a girl out on on a date whatsoever, ever. Like, I have been a volcel for, at this point, about, when I take the fucking play, it was around grade 9, so it would have been about 14. Nah, 2012. No, not 2012. I graduated high school in 2010. Yeah, about 14. Yeah, I've been on this train for about 15 years. It's gonna come up on fucking 30, not 30, 16 relatively fucking soon. So I'm just like, I'm not gonna bother with any of that stuff. Well, see, here's the thing, Alex. I'm an only kid. I'm an only child. So my grandparents, they pester me about it. My mom used to pester me about it, but my dad pesters me about it. He gets fucking annoying about it sometimes. But it's like kind of playful banter. He's not like really annoying about it, but it's not that bad. My mom will sometimes annoy me about it. I'm just like, I don't fucking, like, just let me do my own fucking thing, man. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't want to think about this quite yet. I'll think about it later when I don't know, get over my own timidness or some shit. Mostly my own fucking timidness. I would say that I'm very, very fucking timid of this shit, because for me, it's a lot of the sort of like fear of the unknown, and especially with the current economic positions that we find ourselves under and the current social positions that we find ourselves under. I don't want to fucking think about this. Yeah, this is definitely, like, that's also another thing, Boy Meets Minnie. I also agree with that. I don't want to fucking, like, I want kids, obviously. I would like to be able to have 2 kids or whatever the fuck. I'm not fucking doing any of that shit. Fuck that. Like, the planet's dying because of global warming. Everything fucking sucks balls in terms of the economy. Like, yeah, sure, childcare, I think, has significantly, but, like, a lot of policies were passed under Trudeau for, like, childcare policy that were good policy in terms of, like, helping fucking new parents out and shit like that. But, dog, I don't want to fucking do this. Like, it's just I just don't think it's justifiable to bring in a fucking kid in this world. It's just abhorrent and fucking terrible. Like, I don't fucking want to do that. Like, I don't want to put the kid through that fucking stress. I'm dealing with that stress right now, and I fucking despise it. It's just like, yeah, fuck that, dude. I don't want to fucking think about this. Anyway, I've gone on a little bit of a bit of a fucking tangent here, sort of like describing my own sort of situation here. But yeah, I would very much so fall under this fucking category. Like, that's what it is. Oh yeah, 1000% there, Alex. It's fucking rough out there, man.
Where AI is going, I mean, with like agents and chatbots who are sexily clad anime type figures chatting with young men.
Well, it starts.
This is really good. This is the exact same point that I've been bringing up. That fucking Grok Misa Misa fucking LARP shit, those AI companion shits. Like, unironically, there was a 14-year-old who killed himself after doing like RP shit with a fucking AI chatbot. Very, very fucking sad situation. And all these like AI companion fucking companies, that shit should be cracked down on. Fucking exterminatus, destroy the abominable intelligence, destroy it, destroy it, destroy it. Get rid of that shit. Annihilate it. And the intention is very, very clear from these people. They want to do everything possible to socialize all fucking social interaction. It is the final frontier for the like corporation and the rich to monetize social interactions and monetize them in order to make a fucking profit for the express purpose of further isolating and individualizing and balkanizing people under, well, the jackboot of a fucking corporation. Like, that's the whole point of this. If your social bonds are, and the ability to socialize is taken away from you, what else can you do? Like, what can you do in order to effectively resist? Like, it's gonna get to the point where you're living in your fucking apartment with all of your fucking goddamn roommates. You're shut into your fucking room, going on to your fucking Grok app or whatever the fuck, and speaking with LARPy Misa Misa, and then you just go to sleep after wallowing away in your own shit for, like, after work hours when you're supposed to, like, normally relax and try to socially interact with people. But that's, like, impossible nowadays because of wages being shit, infrastructure being shit, everything is way too fucking expensive, the economy being fucking shit. How the fuck are you gonna go out on a date and socialize with people? You can't fucking do any of that. It's way too fucking expensive. Like, fuck that. So, doesn't really surprise me whatsoever that it's harder than ever for men to be able to get out there and socialize, considering the current economic and social dynamics we currently have right now. A lot of nightlife and life events have died out too. Yeah, 1000%. You want to know what fucking killed a lot of that shit? COVID. And the really poor responses to COVID. And it's not really recovered to the exact same extent. Again, like, with all the stuff that I've mentioned before, with, like, further corporate consolidation and everything, like, it's just getting worse and worse, man.
That's pretty innocent. When you use AI, have you noticed the prompts are almost irresistible at the end? Let me put this in a series of tweets. Right. Before you know it, you're 3 hours deep. But effectively, these companies have attached the entire economy and literally trillions of dollars to trying to get people to, or trying to convince young people, specifically young men who are more susceptible, because quite frankly, their prefrontal cortices isn't as developed, to try and convince them they can have a reasonable facsimile of life online. Why go through the hierarchy of trying to make friends? It's not easy, right? Why try to figure out how to navigate a corporate, all this?
Dude, even in, like, because it's harder to do that in fucking schools nowadays, right? Because education, the mind of the United States, is simply meant to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to create little fucking drones that can operate the machines just enough, but educate you just enough to only operate the machines, and also not question about the current, economic and social dynamics that currently exist within the economy. Educate you just enough to be able to operate the machines and not much else.
Yes, when you can go on Reddit or Discord and find friends, or you can trade crypto or stocks on Robinhood or Coinbase. And why, Anderson, would you go through the rejection, the dressing well, the effort, the expense, the humiliation, developing a kindness practice of trying to establish a romantic partnership when you have...
Oh, this is a really good point. Like, cringe culture is a huge contributor to this, because people everyone's got a fucking smartphone and can record anything at any times. Like, to be cringe is to be, like, socially ostracized within the economy. When, guess what, if you go up to a girl, you try to ask them out, or if a girl goes up to you, it's going to be cringe, it's going to be awkward. That's just how it is, man. Like, it's always going to be cringe and awkward, and there's not really much you can do about it besides, I don't know, go through it and hope that it fucking works out. Like, that's all there is to it. And social media with cringe culture and all this fucking shit, how people will inherently know about your inherent fucking cringe, is really, really bad. Yeah, I've said this before. Yeah, like, to be cringe is to be free. Like, you have to sometimes do the fucking cringe in order to be able to, be able to express true, actual fucking freedom, right? Like, you have to make mistakes and do socially awkward things. That's just fucking life. That's how it is.
Literally lifelike synthetic porn. So what are we doing? I think we have our economy is attached to one objective, and that is to evolve a new species of asocial, asexual males. Unintentionally, we have an economic interest, right now I would argue, in planning our own extinction.
So what do you do? I mean, because
I can't really disagree with this argument. Like, I'll be honest. I don't disagree with this. This is just the correct position. And it's like I said before, it's because all these fucking goddamn companies want to monetize every aspect of life.
This juggernaut is not about to slow down anytime soon, the AI juggernaut.
I think there's a variety of things you can do. Starting very young, I think you need to redshirt boys.
You have boys. I have two boys. It's terrifying when you look at these stats.
I think a couple things. Education. We need to redshirt young boys. They're just less mature. And you're going to see as you get older, my 15-year-old has a party. The boys are dopes. Some of the 15-year-old girls could be the junior senator from Pennsylvania.
I see that in 4-year-olds.
So redshirt, start kids in kindergarten at 6. Get more men.
This isn't contributing to asexuality. It's more volcelsless incel. I can definitely see that, right? Yeah, some ace phobia here. Yeah. Like, I don't think it's, like, meant to construct, like, a bunch of fucking asexual men, right? Like, I would disagree with that, obviously. But, like, I don't think it's I don't think it's 100% like Volcel/incel fucking culture. I really do think it's the fucking phone, stupid. It's the social media, stupid. It's about companies and corporations monetizing every single fucking aspect of life. That's the fucking main issue here. Like, yeah, creating an army of like asexual fucking young men. Like, yeah, I don't think I really agree with that either. But like, everything else I think is 1000% correct here. Again, it's all about like corporations like trying to monetize every fucking aspect of your life.
Men involved in K through 12, where 70 to 80% are women who are naturally going to champion people, remind them of themselves. Boys need more male role models. Immediately have a social zeitgeist where the moment a boy comes off the tracks, which is typically when he loses a male role model, at that point, he is more likely to be incarcerated than graduate from college. Whereas girls in single-parent homes have the same outcomes. It ends up that boys, while being physically stronger, are emotionally and neurologically much.
Okay, so I don't really agree with like the whole sort of like male fucking role model type shit. I don't think I really care about all that shit. I never had any role models in my life. I still haven't gone to fucking jail. I just had good parents who educated me well. And that's the biggest fucking problem here. It's a lot of it is because of the current economic paradigm that we find ourselves under has made it such that it is harder for parents to be able to take care of their kids. So guess what? The iPad kid and all of the this shit has been made fucking substitutes in order to parent fucking children. That's the main fucking problem here. Yeah, it's not the fatherless type rhetoric. I disagree with this wholeheartedly. The problem is that it's the economy, stupid. People have to work constantly in order to be able to have multiple jobs just to be able to pay their bills, and are forced to have to use social media and use fucking smart devices in order to be able to parent their fucking kids effectively, because it's just like, I can't afford childcare. I don't have the money for that shit. That's way too fucking expensive. I have to go and work my multiple jobs. I can't fucking teach the kid to be like an upstanding member of fucking society. I can't fucking do any of that shit. I can't go out and fucking socialize. I don't have time for any of that because I don't have any fucking money to be able to do it. Again, it's the economy, stupid.
Weaker. And yet also, I mean, at age 3 and 4, I see already, girls have the vocabulary, or at least the desire to talk about what they did in school, whereas boys, it's like pulling out teeth.
The reality is our brain doesn't catch up until they're 25. Goes into college. Any school, any college, in my view, that has over $1 billion endowment and isn't growing its freshman class faster than population growth should lose its tax-free status, because it's not a public servant, it's a hedge fund with classes. And my industry is so corrupt that we've decided the ultimate way to create artificial scarcity.
Okay, this I don't disagree with. Yeah, I think this is like on the fucking money, 1000%. Like all the fucking subsidies and bullshit like universities get in order to build stock portfolios. That's some fuck shit right there, dude.
And extract more margin from middle-class homes is to limit our supply. Dartmouth sits on $8 billion endowment, lets in 1,100.
Although honestly, like guess who we can blame for that shit? Ronald fucking Reagan taking away the subsidies for fucking universities. Destruction of fucking education, man. That's like what has led to a lot of these fucking problems and socially stunting of people. No one can fucking afford to do anything. Again, like education being destroyed and not free anymore. Nah, that's what it is. That sounds like he's blaming biology or something. Girls are better socialized. It's not that they are better at being social inherently. Oh, 1000%. Because of the current like patriarchal sort of society that we have, like men are expected to be emotionally unthinking, unfeeling fucking robots, highly stoic and fucking disciplined beings who are not expected to talk about their emotions and are supposed to sit there like fucking robots. Well, that's not the case. That's incredibly fucking damaging. And, well, unfortunately, in the educational systems that we currently have, that is the sort of, not propaganda, but the sort of position that gets enforced specifically. It's, again, it all ultimately boils down to one thing and one thing only. It's education, stupid.
People, which is what a good Starbucks serves in a weekend. There's no reason why they couldn't let in 11,000, quite frankly. More vocational programming, and quite frankly, put more money in their pockets. We've had tax and fiscal policies for the last 40 years that have made my generation, on average, 72% wealthier than we were 40 years ago, and people under the age of 40, 24% less wealthy. So what do you have? 60% of 30-year-olds used to have one child in the house 40 years ago. Now it's 27%. So we have they're up against technology, trying to separate them from their friends, make them less mammalia. We have fiscal policies, quite frankly, making them less wealthy. And then we have social media reminding them 210 times a day that they're failing. And what do you know? They wake up at 30, they're more obese, anxious, and depressed. And if we don't...
I'm being fucking called out here. What the fuck, dude? I mean, he's correct here. He's just right with this fucking point. Again, a lot of it is the economy stupid. A lot of it is fucking education stupid because of a lot of concentrations of wealth up to the fucking goddamn top that has been done since the fucking 80s. Thanks, Ronald Reagan, you fuck ass. Like, we still have to deal with the consequences of your policies about 50 years later. Thank you, Reagan. Thank you very much for all of this. And, as a result, there's a generation of people who are completely socially and emotionally fucking stunted. Very, very cool.
My generation has a debt. We'd recognize America from 1955 to 2000 garnered a third of the world's growth with 5% of the population. And then within that 5%, 30% of us who were born white heterosexual males got the majority of that prosperity. So there's a natural gap.
Yeah. The immigration doesn't contribute to this problem as much as the far right likes you to believe to that. No, it's not immigration. Again, it's a siphoning of wealth to the fucking goddamn top. Greatest, like Scott Galloway is getting here, and he is correct when he's saying this. The most economically productive time in human history. 5% of the population, 1/3 of the world's fucking wealth, was during the fucking 50s, right after the post-World War II fucking era. And that's just, it's because of good fucking fiscal policy and the Republicans and the Democrats essentially being a uniparty against the corporations and the rich. What was the case during those times? Top marginal tax rate of 90+%. And both Democrats and Republicans were maintaining that. And then, during the 70s, a lot of that got fucking chopped away from. Because the corporations and the rich were consistently working day after 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 day to hack away at the protections and what the New Deal was given. The New Deal is essentially fucking done. There's nothing left there. Social Security still exists, but that's like the last bastion of the fucking New Deal. Everything else has essentially been completely and utterly fucking destroyed within the New Deal. And trust me, they're going to go after Social Security. If they can go after Social Security, the Republicans have been trying to fucking privatize that shit for ages now at this point. So if they can go after it, they will. They fucking will. These stupid corporate elitist scumfucks who basically just want to completely and utterly destroy the fucking goddamn, basis of the nation state. Basis of the fucking world, to be honest. Yes, I am a Canadian. I am an immigrant. Yes, I do be stealing very, very commonly, I steal all the Canadian women. That's very true.
When I start talking and advocating for young men. But the reality is, my advantage, my privilege, they should not have to pay the price for it.
Also, yeah, 1000% here. I agree with what he's saying here. Gen Xers, man. Gen fucking Xers. Who you can't fucking hate these motherfuckers enough. This was something said by Sam Cedar. And he talks about acknowledging the fucking failure of Gen Xers to not follow up and not fucking protect a lot of the stuff that was won because of the New Deal. Won by fucking socialists, may I remind you. Because that was the time when it was the collapse of of capitalism in general, was during the fucking 1930s because of the Great Depression. Shit was fucking over. FDR made a Faustian bargain to save capitalism with the fucking New Deal. And it saved it. And guess what? We're back in the exact same fucking goddamn times. A new Gilded Age is currently upon us, with the oligarchs being in power right now. So, history oftentimes, it doesn't tend to repeat itself, but it likes to rhyme very, very often. And with all the concentration of corporate wealth and wealth generally speaking into fewer and fewer and fewer hands, it's pretty blatant, obviously clear with Trump's fucking Great Gatsby party, for fuck's sake. We are in a new Gilded Age. People have been saying this, and guess who's going to have to probably suffer? There's not going to be a new deal. That's not going to happen. There's not going to be a new deal. Not fucking happening. Absolutely the fuck not. Considering how corporately captured all of the current institutions and state apparatuses are around the world by capital, by the rich, by the corporate fucking elite. This is like, if the fucking and I've said this before, if the AI bubble fucking pops, and it's gonna pop, it's gonna make 2008 look like a fucking cakewalk. It's gonna look like a child in comparison. I wouldn't be surprised that if the AI bubble does pop, it causes another Great Depression. We're gonna be in Great Depression 2, electric fucking boogaloo, like unironically, given the sheer amount of like speculative wealth that has gone into, well, the AI sort of speculation and bubble that currently exists. It's gonna be really bad, dude.
People in my generation have a debt when we need to get more emotionally involved in their lives. Men aren't stepping up. In this city, there are 3 times as many women applying to be big sisters as there are men applying to be big brothers. And then we have figured out, when I say we, my generation, how to vote ourselves more money. And we keep extracting more and more capital from young people to old. The prices of housing have gone absolutely crazy. The price of education has gone crazy because we've realized the way to get our houses more expensive is through a lack of permits, make it more difficult for people to get in college. And what do you know, the child tax credit gets stripped out of the infrastructure bill with a $120 billion cost of living.
Thank you, Kirsten Cinema, for doing that, you stupid fucking bitch. You fucking whore. You little fucking corporate shill. You piece of fucking shit. Like, this is a great fucking goddamn point. The corporate, like, the child tax credit that was in Build Back Better reduced child poverty by 50%. It was just allowed to automatically fucking sunset because of Kirsten Cinema and Joe Manchin, those 2 corporate stooges, allowing it to basically fucking expire by not allowing it to be renewed. And did Joe Biden try to help renew that shit? No.
Adjustment in Social Security flies right through. So they have less money, less opportunity, and we also have to acknowledge a basic reality. 75% of women say that economic viability is important in a mate. Only 25% of men state that. Beyonce could work at McDonald's and marry Jay-Z. The other way would not happen. So when you have the pool, men mate socioeconomically horizontally and down, women horizontally and up. And when the pool of horizontal and up, in other words, economically and emotionally viable men, keep shrinking, we have less household formation. And just to finish off this word salad, the cartoon of a woman in her 30s who doesn't find romantic love and what a tragedy she's living alone with her cats, that's not the tragedy. She's fine. Men need relationships much more than women. A widow is happier after her husband dies. A widower is less happy. Women in relationships live 2 to 4 years longer. Men in relationships 4 to 7 years longer. The zone of self-harm and suicide for a man is the year after he gets divorced, when he loses his primary relationship. And what is the reason, the biggest cause for divorce amongst young people? It's financial strain. We need to put more money in their pockets. We need an education system that restores sort of bias or fixes the bias for women. And we basically need to level up all young people, which will...
I can understand why he's saying that there is a bias towards women. You know, you can talk about, like, your affirmative actions and shit like that. No, the problem is that, like, it's a broader sort of like I agree with what a lot of what Scott Galloway is saying here, but not 100% with the framing here. I don't think that universities inherently have a female sort of bias. I don't agree with that. A lot of it is because of general sort of anti-empiricism and anti-intellectualism that exists amongst the right. And the right, unlike the fucking Democrats, are actually trying to present some form of a solution for young white men, and that is some return with a V to the 1950s. That's the general sort of proposition here, right? Being heavily anti-empiricist, heavily anti-academic as a result, and that's why a lot of men are not going into education, not going in to get a fucking degree. Keep in mind, I do have a university degree, you know, self-insert, analogy, I suppose. Anecdote, not analogy. The problem is again, like Scott Galloway has mentioned, and he is correct when he's saying this, the fundamental problem with the economy is that it simply just exists to do one thing and one thing only: extract wealth to fewer and fewer hands. If that were not the case, then this wouldn't be a fucking problem. This would be done. People would be able to have successful and social fucking lives and be able to have, like, money to be able to do things, to find partners, to be able to have successful relationships, to have families, to be able to grow wealth and have intergenerational wealth. You know, standard, not standard fucking bullshit that is expected within white Western fucking society. The promise for what the American dream actually is supposed to be for these first world fucking countries. And it's just like, nah. that doesn't exist anymore because of a lot of the destruction of the regulations within the fucking economy. And Joe Biden, I think, partially recognized that within his term, and he tried to help with a lot of those problems. The Supreme Court basically destroyed his chance at being able to cut the student loan debt that currently exists within America by about a third, but I digress. He was trying to address some of those issues, but again, capital is still way too fucking goddamn powerful. There has to be a, like, unironically, like a revolutionary sort of movement, political movement within the United States of America that is heavily anti-billionaire, anti-fucking corporation, and is meant to essentially help everybody out of the current hole that is in at the cost of the fucking goddamn billionaires. And there's Zora Mamdani's of the world, your Katie Wilson's of the world, Kat Abugazelas, Omar Fateh's, and like Katie Wilson's of the world all understand this. They all understand what the fucking problem is. They know. And that's why a lot of young men are going to start flocking to them. Zora Mamdani, I think, like, within New York, I think he had like 64% of young men voting for him. 64% for the young firebrand populist fucking socialist. Because he had main character energy. He had the vibe. He had the fucking aura. He aura farmed, right? Hardcore aura farmer. And men fucking like that shit. And he's also promising to help with the fucking economic problems within, well, the city, which has economic problems. And he's just like, yeah, I will help. I will do something. I will do everything I possibly can to make New York City affordable. And that's what young people want. They want to be able to just have a normal life. Something that has been impossible for them ever since 2008. Like, unironically, like, I want people to keep this in mind. The failures of Barack Obama to address the Great Recession in 2008 after being given 2 off-ramps to do as such, taking neither of them because he was captured by the corporations, is, it's coming up on its 20-year fucking anniversary, man. And we're seeing the effects of it. A lot of the current economic malaise that we find ourselves under is a byproduct of 2008, byproduct of revocation of Glass-Steagall, the byproduct of, Reagan's fucking goddamn policies. And that's a 40-year culmination of this current neoliberal paradigm that we currently find ourselves in, which is now collapsing in on itself. And it's getting worse and worse and worse. Yeah, voting for Zoran is going to make young men attractive to women again. That's actually true, though. Like, unironically. We'll get to the next video about this. But, yeah, like, it is really the economy, stupid.
Disproportionately help young men.
Do you see anyone in the political sphere? I mean, we had Wes Moore on, governor of Maryland. He has talked about this publicly. He just tried to focus on young men, but you don't hear this conversation very often.
I'll tell you, Anderson, the conversation has become so much more productive. 5 years ago when I started advocating for men, the immediate gag reflex, and I understand it, was, you're Andrew Tate with an MBA, and you got shamed. And when I went to the Democratic National Convention, they talked about every special interest group on the planet except for the one that had fallen furthest fastest, young men. And the people who are leading this fight and made the conversation much more productive, very simple, mothers who see what's going on. And the dialogue was something like this. I got 3 kids, 2 daughters, 1 son, 1 daughter at Penn, 1 daughter in PR, and my son is in the basement playing video games and vaping. Mothers see this. Governor Moore, Governor Newsom, a lot of senators are basically talking about, for the first time, they are coming out and saying there is a problem with our young men. Governor Moore has said he's going to devote the next year to the struggles facing young men and to boys. This has become a much more...
I'm just very curious. What's the policies, though? That's so I'm curious. Because, again, a lot of this... Because nobody really likes Democrats because people generally see them as, like... people who are not authentic, and they are correct to operate on the assumption of what are they going to do specifically. Because I don't think, like, Gavin Newsom just does fucking power hours with dumbasses like Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk. He's not authentic when he says any of that. A lot of progressive legislation within California gets consistently vetoed by him because he's too afraid of looking way too far left for a presidential run. So he oftentimes, and very often, just outright fucking rejects them. Outright fucking rejects them, right? Like, I'm not sure what, like, Governor Wes Moore is doing either. Like, What's the fucking policies? How are they addressing affordability? How are they actually trying to help improve their fucking lives? That's the ultimate question here.
Productive dialogue.
Yeah. Scott Galloway, thank you. Appreciate it. A lot to learn.
A lot of things to agree with. Some stuff that I inherently disagree with in terms of a lot of the framing. Yeah, I don't think Scott Galloway is Andrew Tate with a fucking MBA. That's just not true. And I mean, you know, we can also talk about the consequences of liberal pop feminism. I don't disagree with that. Like, the Democrats, as a like really lazy attempt to not have to actually address economic issues, appealed more to liberal fucking pop feminists and feminism in order to help try to appeal to more of these like minority groups to try to build some form of a political fucking coalition, right? Because again, as Scott Galloway has said before, and the reason why I don't think it's accurate to call him fucking Andrew Tate with an MBA is because he's actually talking about corporate policy, the economy, and problems within education. Motherfuckers like Andrew Tate never do that. Sneeko, never do that. All these like right-leaning motherfuckers never fucking do that, which is why I kind of inherently disagree with it. Although I don't 100% agree with like a lot of the stuff he's saying with like all the ace shit and whatnot. The stuff that he's bringing up with like AI definitely is a big problem with this. A lot of more corporate consolidation that's happening more and more and more. That's happening within the economy is also contributing to that. He mentioned that. He's 1000% correct there. Even like calling out universities. I mean, he's a university professor himself. He's saying like, yeah, the fact that there is a basically a, I don't know, hedge fund complex, not a complex, that term gets used way too fucking much, but the fact that basically universities act first and foremost as fucking hedge funds instead of institutions and places of learning and education is a big problem. And I 1000% agree with that. Totally agree. But again, we talked about how a lot of young women do not like Trump supporters because of that. You know, we got into the more like, I think, meat and fucking potatoes, the actual root cause and the root basis. And obviously a lot of young women who are college educated do not want to fucking date Trump supporters. Fairly obvious why. These people just want to remove their rights. Like, unironically. Like, even a lot of conservative women do not like fucking Trump supporters, do not even like dating other Republicans all that much because they just want to revoke their rights. 1000 fucking percent. Like, Lauren Southern, very famous instance of this. She literally did the whole alt-right, trad-cath, like Barbie fucking thing, like Nazi Barbie thing and everything. And you know what her reaction to that was? She made videos talking about how miserable she fucking felt because she was the one who's more prominent than her fucking husband, made way more money than her fucking goddamn husband, and she was being expected to get rid of all of that, to be barefoot and fucking pregnant in the goddamn house, just cooking all the time, and she's like, fuck that, I don't want any of that, like, screw that. And then she did her, like, stupid centrist pivot, which was a bunch of bullshit, and then, you know, she had sex with Destiny, blah, 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 blah. That's the whole, like, simple synopsis of the Lauren Southern story. But even, like, a lot of these perfect darlings of the alt-right, these perfect darlings of alt-right women, they don't generally like it all that much either. Because, again, like, if you ever interacted with any of these people, they are miserable, wretched fucking idiots. Why do you think they want to go after children all that much? Because children are not as well educated and they're easier to manipulate and have under their fucking control consistently. But I found this video and I thought it was really funny. MAGA men get rejected as their vote comes back to bite them. Just like a little fucking example here. Just like a little bit of fun in this like very dense sort of political discussion. Yeah, the Fell For It Again award. Everyone starts spamming your fucking Fell For It Again awards because we're going over a bunch of Fell For It Again awards. Again, it makes a lot of sense. A lot of women don't like Trump supporters because Trump actively campaigns against their fucking civil rights. And just seeing a lot of these out of touch fucking weirdos and idiots just coming to terms with it and just not understanding why that's the case is always going to be fucking hilarious to me.
Can I ask you, who you voted for?
That's a tough question.
Oh.
instantaneous fucking failure. That guy's an obvious fucking Trump supporter. Like, duh. Of course he. Yeah, like, the cowardice fucking says it all. Yeah, it's weak. Wait, I thought you were supposed to. If you're a Trump supporter, you're supposed to be a big, strong giga chad of a man. Fucking admit who you voted for. Be like, I'm really strong. And you want to be like, actually, I like that's kind of difficult to answer. I don't really like talking about who I fucking voted for all that much. I don't really know about that. Nah, fucking get this fucking pussy ass fucking bullshit out of here. Nah, this dude, literally all these dudes care about is they just want to get in the pants of these women, and that's about it. Because they know that if they mention that they voted for Trump, yeah, I'm not getting in that girl's pants anymore. Dude, just reframe your fucking mind. Reframe your mind. If I was doing any of these dating night podcast type shit, speed dating things, first off, I would be extremely I'd be fucking terrified and way too socially awkward for this shit. Or honestly, I would probably just talk about my autistic fixations like Pokemon or Factorio or Warhammer. Okay, that's all. I would just stim. I'd just be like, yeah. So the Damocles Crusade was between the Raven Guard and the tower. And it's really really cool because of all these different battles and events that happened. How the tower. This is the first encounter between the tower and the Imperium after the warp storm that happened about 6,000 years ago when the Mechanicus discovered them on their planet and they were like a backwards. Yeah. I would just be autistically fixating on all that. Or talking about the war in heaven. I'd be like, oh, the war in heaven. Oh, it's basically a giant fucking war between hyper intelligent god lizard frogs who made multiple races to fight against basically a bunch of super cancer ridden aliens who made a deal with these star gods that they gave hyper intelligence to kind of by accident but kind of on purpose because they wanted immortality from the hyper intelligent frog lizard people, but they said no, fuck you, Lamau. and I would just be fucking stimming. I would just be talking about all that stuff and just having my autistic fixation because I'm incredibly fucking introverted.
Look at all of these lovely people.
Bro, you just instantaneously cowered out from a really really easy question to answer. Yeah, these young women don't like Trump for a lot of good reasons. Roe v. Wade was 2022, and he appointed 3 of the conservative Supreme Court justices who helped overturn that shit.
I'm scared.
Is that going to be the out for me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be it.
All right, and that's all she wrote.
Give it up for Matt, everybody. Thanks for shooting your shot, buddy. Good luck. Great hair. Wow.
This is a theme with Trump voters, case in point.
Final questions, this is your opportunity.
Oh my God, one of those comments says both are libs.
Both are white?
I saw libs.
Oh, liberal? Oh, yeah. Are we going to go in the voting contest?
Why would you say that? Both saw a comment saying both are libs. Dude, you just outed yourself right there. What the fuck are you doing, man? Oh man. Oh boy. Because let's be honest here, a lot of the motherfuckers that are going to be in the chats of these are going to be incel fucking terminally online weirdos who are going to be mostly there to just neg the women. 1,000. That's the easiest fucking call of life, dude. Because they're just going to be a bunch of fucking goddamn weirdos. Just be like, look at this fucking stupid bitchy fucking woman. Because let's be honest here, a lot of these alt-right conservative weirdo Trump supporting dipshits, let's be honest here, they're weird, they stink, they hate people, they hate themselves, they hate you, and they hate everything about fucking life. These are not people who are mentally well. I'm gonna be quite honest, these people are not fucking mentally well, dude. And should we all be really surprised for even 2 seconds that these people are having really really tough times trying to garner healthy social interactions and relationships with partners that are, again, meant to be built on trust and meant to be built on not social interactions, but not only meant to be built on trust, but also meant to be built on general camaraderie-ship and belief in one another. When these people have belief in fucking no one because of a lot of the stuff that Scott Galloway mentioned before with how the current makeup of the economy has socially stunted literally fucking everybody. because no one has any money to be able to go out and have social interactions with one another outside of like I don't know, work environments where you're going to be busy most of the time anyways, and in school environments where you're going to be busy most of the time anyways, learning and shit like that. It's creating an environment of socially stunted people. That's the problem, and they all tend to be like weirdo fucking goddamn conservatives.
Maybe. Are you liberal?
I don't think we should talk about this. I actually got in the car.
Yeah,
I will tell you, I didn't vote
week?
for what's going on in our country right now.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay. Well, I like guns, and I hunt,
Okay.
and
I heard you cook your hunted animals for your dog's dinner.
you're going to enjoy that very much. Trust me.
I'm
Yeah.
going to enjoy that.
How about this?
Bossy.
Some of my hunting goes to summer sausage.
That's fucking weird, man. Why are you saying that, bro? Like, man, look at me hunt my food for my dog and cook it. That's a little, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe like this dude thinks it's like kind of quirky and epic to do that. It's like, okay, bro, like, sure. And I mean, she's clearly not reciprocating. Like, you should probably like divert and talk about literally anything else, bro.
And it makes great cheese boards. So
Is this what you're going to do with our last final minute?
maybe, I
Tell
don't
me
know.
about what you're doing with your hunting skills?
Okay.
Okay.
That's kind of important. I don't know.
First things first, shout out to Date Night Podcast, great content. Secondly, okay, in case you didn't pick up on it,
Before Eric makes his final selection, he's going to walk us through how he think each date went.
Lisa, you are very powerful. I can feel it. And not in a bad way. I like the confidence. It's good. So everything about that was very attractive.
All right, are you ready? Do you
It's all fucking main characters. Like, she is a main character, right? She's got the vibe, she's got the fucking aura, and that's what a lot of these motherfuckers are gonna be attracted to. But guess what? Most of these women who are very confident in themselves, have the vibe, have the main character syndrome, are not going to be conservatives, and they're going to hate conservatives because conservatives, fundamentally speaking, want to take that confidence away from those women and force them to be subservient, right? It is about an expression of power for these people, fundamentally speaking, because what do they care about? Fundamentally maintaining systems of hierarchy and control. So those who are submissive, those are not going to be interesting to a lot of these men, which is why they're going to keep failing over and over and over again. If they are just being inherently submissive, they're going to see them like, you're like a standard fucking whore who only cares about like stealing all of my money or whatever the fuck. Like, you know, insert talking point there. It doesn't really matter. Like, if you don't have the aura, you don't have the confidence, like you're not fucking sure of yourself, something for these men where they feel like there is something to be conquered, to be taken over. Because like I've said before, for a lot of these guys, it's not about genuine camaraderie and building friendships and something deep and more meaningful as a connection there. It is about subjugation, control, hierarchy for a lot of these people. And that's why they're never going to be successful. Ever.
You think you have a choice?
I think so. I think it's time, right?
Yeah. All right. Can we get a little drum roll, crowd? All right. Who's your decision?
You know, I think we can work through some stuff, but I would love to take Lisa on the second date.
All right, guys. Give it up for Kenna. Oh, by the way, our runner-up. Well, first of all, Lisa, do you consent to a second date?
Do I have a last question that I can ask?
Sure.
Okay, plot twist.
Let's go for it.
It's like bonus rounds.
Who did you vote for?
Uh-oh. I voted for the Trump candidate. But with...
And that's a fucking wrap. It's lost. It's so fucking Jover, dude. Because, again, like, for that dude, he is attracted to, I believe her name is Lisa, because she's got the vibe. She's got the main character syndrome. That's what he's attracted to, because he wants to subvert it, break it down, and let's be honest here, make her be now. Okay, I'm doing a little bit of a read here, because that's the sort of general sort of way that a lot of these incels operate as well. They want super attractive, supermodel fucking babes who are very confident in themselves and are incredibly, like, I don't know, pious in certain ways. Like, virgins, blah blah blah, shit like that. But that's not how that fucking works, dude. It's just like, nah. The only reason why they want women like that in particular is because they have main character syndrome. They have a vibe, they have an aura that they want to break down and destroy and conquer for themselves. It's all like weird LARPy cope bullshit like that, because a lot of these people see themselves as crusaders, conquerors, builders of fucking civilization. Now, you may be saying to yourself, Daho, that's like some of the most fucking LARP shit on the fucking planet. It's like, dog, we're talking about incels here. We're talking about Trump supporters. We're talking about conservatives here. They, unironically, a lot of them think like this. Unironically. And that's why they voted for someone like Trump. He's a billionaire playboy who can conquer and just take over and just fuck whoever the fuck he wants. He has tons of money. He can just fucking do whatever. And that's what attracted them to him specifically, because of that main character vibe and aura that he inherently fucking exudes. That's the fucking key right there. And, well, a lot of them are fucking starting to leave him because he's old, he's decrepit, his brain is basically falling out of his ears, and he doesn't have the main character aura anymore. Doesn't have it anymore.
With that comes a lot of things, like a cabinet that has...
That's true. Yeah, so he's like, dude, it's cooked. Like, why are you talking about the fucking cabinet? No one likes his fucking cabinet. Everyone hates his fucking cabinet. Like the fucking cabinet, bro. Like, okay, like, nice fucking meme. Yeah, 1000% there, boy meets me. Yeah, gaming does heavily reinforce like main character syndrome. 1000%. Oh, I also heard a lefty argue conservative men want liberal women because not even conservative men want to be subjected to patriarchal expectations, and that conservative women will definitely hold them to. 1000% there, Alex. 1000%, right? A lot of like conservative women are going to expect their men to be like powerful, dominant over them, while they be like ooh woo fucking submissive little fucking weirdos. And if they are, like, a lot of these people, they're not dominant, they're fucking losers, and they can't maintain that fucking patriarchal fucking standard that is expected of them, because that it's essentially been destroyed and subverted for the express purpose of capital, like to make money off of it. So a lot of men can't maintain that sort of shtick anymore. So it's just like, because you can't have a single breadwinner of the house. That doesn't exist anymore. Both people within the house have to be able to work. And a lot of conservative women are going to be expected to not want to work, to have the man be the only provider for them. And most men nowadays, they're not going to be able to provide that expectation. Not with this economy. It's not how that fuck works. It's over for that kind of economy. Like, it's gone to the extent where I've started to see like videos of like unironic fucking thruples. Like, unironically, like, men with, like, two women constantly living with one another in order to fucking help pay out with rent and shit like that, because the economy has gotten that bad. And that's not a good thing, because that's not a standard that most people are going to be able to ever achieve. Like, that's just not how that works. So it's just like, you know, good for those men for having, like, two, I don't know, partners or whatever. I mean, this is a bit of a social media phenomenon that I've seen this on. It's not a general fucking case, but this is going to become more and more of the case. Now, you could make the argument that this could loop back around to technically being a good thing, because that's how society used to be when there have been more communal and social bonds with more people. But that's because of like a village environment of like a couple, like, of like 50 to 100 people, where everyone was there for the benefit of like the tribe or the village or whatever. That's not the dynamic that's going to happen here in this particular instance, and it's just something that's just not inherently fucking sustainable. It just won't work.
Oh, heart is broken. I enjoyed my evening with you, but I have to stick to my morals and my principles.
The crowd has turned into Jerry Springer up in here. This is hilarious.
Fight.
All right. Well, Lisa, thank you so much. Listen, everyone's got to stick to what they believe in.
Well, there is so much here from him, Eric, reluctantly saying Trump, and then saying I voted for Sebastian Gorka and Stephen Miller and Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Yeah, you you don't want to admit to voting for those guys. Nobody like Sebastian Gorka and that egg-headed fucking loser Stephen Miller, like that little fucking freak who from the onset of seeing a Hispanic said like, I'm now a Nazi. I am now a Nazi. So, and basically being humiliated for having to move to a slightly poor, like still rich area of Los Angeles, but one with a lot more Hispanic people in it, and him thinking like my family has fallen, I must now become a Nazi and get rid of all these Hispanics. And it's just like, bro, you're a fucking psychopath if that's how you think. Like, genuinely fucking weird.
He really thought he could pull one over with the cabinet line? Foolish. Yeah, I voted for innocent people to go to a foreign gulag to die. Unbelievable. But then, him realizing that it's a lost cause, and if he didn't catch it, he actually said, fight, fight, fight. The Trump slogan, after scenes that we saw in Allentown, was it Allentown? I think it was Allentown. Allentown, Pennsylvania, where a part of his ear, something happened to it. So, may I just say, this is the...
Yeah, that was the assassination attempt during Trump. I think he was saying fight, fight, fight to try to, I don't know, like... It was definitely some cope shit. I'm not sure if it was impertinence to that. Maybe. But, I mean, the dude's just attracted to main characters, right? Like, that's what it is. Like, he wanted fucking Aura to break down for himself, but it's not... Doesn't fucking work. Doesn't work like that.
Epitome of present-day MAGA. Then...
Eric, are you surprised with how this went?
Not really.
No? Were you expecting something like this?
I kind of seemed like they were all on the other side.
What a despicable comment. Huh. Not even for me, because they're all on the other side. Go on right side dating or whatever. Go on there. It's all dudes. But like, go on there, see what you find, you know? Also, understanding why these two did so in the form they did is quite telling. The Daily Beast would report 61% of Americans admit to self-silencing, keeping their true opinions on sensitive topics to themselves, writes Adrian Wenner. Say a percentage of Trump voters are indeed shy, or to use the more Orwellian term, self-silencing. Perhaps they're just lying. Either way, they don't feel comfortable telling another living, breathing human being or internet questionnaire that they support Donald John Trump. Let that...
This was also the case during the first Trump administration, right? Well, this is very, very much so the case, where a lot of people started to instantaneously regret their vote, but they still decided to trip Trump, just like the I've Had It podcast girls have said before. It's just like, no, dude, like, you're just caught up in a fucking cult, and you got caught up in the main character aura and vibe that fucking Trump has, which the Democrats fail to be able to do anything about because, well, let's be honest here, the Democrats fucking suck. They suck. They're so bad. They're not capable of being in this moment because they're just completely cucked to corporations. Like Scott Galloway said earlier, like, again, it's the fucking economy, stupid. You want to actually address these issues. People need to be able to have money in order to be able to go out, given the sort of ridiculously hyper commodified society that we find ourselves under. That's the main fucking problem, dude.
Sink in. More from Wenner on 3 reasons he believes Trump voters do this. First, they know voting for Donald Trump is a morally reprehensible act and don't want to admit it to strangers, maybe. His second one, they have a deep belief that such an important choice should be a private matter. I don't buy it. And third, they believe in Trump and don't care who knows it, but they are so...
Genuinely the most cowardly fucking bullshit. Like, dude, just be public with who you fucking voted for. Like, just don't be a bitch about it. It's again, the crushing of fucking social dynamics. These are things that you need to be able to talk about because if you want to build a relationship with a person, you need to be able to talk these things. It's about these things to let people know what you fucking believe in. It's also the exact same thing where there is a general stigmatism for people who talk about their paychecks. I think this is a very, very bad thing, and you have to be incredibly open with your fucking goddamn paycheck. Like, yeah, it should be a fucking private matter. Like 1,000 fucking %. Like, people should not use that to fucking browbeat people. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Minnie. Like, it's completely nonsensical. Like, they use this to browbeat people who fucking vote for fucking Democrats. Clearly, it's not actually private. Like, literally, the dude just tried to browbeat all those women saying, like, I thought they were fucking liberals to begin with. And it's just like, okay, brother, then you were never fucking interested in, I don't know, having a relationship with any of them because you're going on a dating show with a bunch of women. The likelihood they're going to be liberal is really fucking goddamn high. Very, very, very fucking high. hardly any fucking Republican women to go on to any of this stuff. And guess what? If Republican women are on those shows, most of the men don't want them anyways, because they'll just be like, it's too easy, it's whatever. Her spirit's like already broken, and they want something, like I said before, to conquer. That is the point. They see it as a war that is meant to be won, that they are the main character, conquering territory, conquering fucking land, when it's just like, that's not how that works, man. It's nonsensical. You're trying to build a relationship with another person, dude. There's no conquering here. Get this, like, 3 IQ LARP shit out of your fucking head. Like, nobody's gonna like that, and everyone's gonna see this as, like, an inherent fucking turnoff.
So clever. They know if they lie to the polls.
Also, I forgot. The point that I was gonna raise. Same thing with paychecks, right? With people who say, well, I kind of keep my paycheck a private... Why? Why should you keep your paycheck a private matter? That's exactly what a lot of the rich and the corporations, bourgeoisie, that's what they exactly want. They want people to not talk about their fucking paychecks and stuff like that, because again, it makes it easier to maintain that fucking social control. Because if you talk about your fucking paycheck with your fellow coworker, what's going to happen? They're going to start asking some questions, being like, yeah, why the fuck do you get paid more in comparison to me for this exact same kind of work? And it's going to start to make people ask questions, which is exactly what a lot of these people in power do not want.
M's will be lulled into a false sense of, I can't even finish this 4D chess explanation with a straight face. Neither can we. Some closing thoughts, if I may. Because I know there are going to be commenters who say, well, she didn't vote for either side, so blah, blah, blah. Let me be clear about something. And this was lost on the undecided vote, okay? The pressure was put on the Dems because we have seen within the coalition, they can be swayed on certain issues where Republicans are all in on MAGA. They are a lost cause. They wanted a speaker. They wanted a Palestinian speaker at the DNC. The DNC refused to listen to them. They asked for support to halt military aid so that aid cannot go kill kids. They didn't listen. What she is saying when she says, well, I didn't vote for either, is that she is one of those people.
Yeah, she's one of those people who understands the current political paradigm is fucking complete utter dog shit, and neither side is redeemable, and it is all about corporatocracy for these people. I don't know how it is in Eastern Europe, but in India, marriage profiles will list your occupation income, not shitting you. Good. That's a good thing. Like, absolute, that's a good thing. People should have that fucking goddamn information if they want to be able to make, like, concerted decisions on stuff like finding a fucking lifelong partner, like 1000%. Like, I think that's a good thing. In Eastern Europe, honestly, like, everyone in Eastern Europe is basically desperate to do anything possible to get out of Eastern Europe, and like, that's what it is, because it's just so fucking corrupt and basically completely and utterly fucked. Like, if I were to go to Eastern Europe right now and I had like a job in Canada or whatever, and I went to Eastern Europe, I would be like basically a god, like, unironically, because of just how strong my the Canadian dollar would be in comparison to, well, Romanian fucking money. Although they now use the euro sort of, but it's a little weird there, like how it works. But yeah, I would be, in comparison to a lot of fucking people in like East Europe, it's just, the problem is that it's just so ridiculously fucking corrupt, and those countries are so poor and had so much wealth fucking extracted from them because of so many fucking various reasons: imperial powers, the Soviet Union, yada yada yada, the multiple wars, shit like that. There's tons of fucking reasons why this is the case. That, like, they're basically, I think, like, permanently fucked unless something drastic fucking changes.
Who does not want to see more kids die. That's what she's saying. So for any people who are like, oh, well, you know, she's part of the problem. No, it's the Dems that court our vote. They are not entitled to our vote. Did I vote for Kamala Harris? Yes. Do I really wish, because I knew how bad Trump was, do I really wish that they would have listened to what honestly looks like a large portion of their constituency? Yeah, because instead of going for the policy positions that Kamala Harris first had, which was Medicare, which was housing, which was having more leftist principles.
That fucking corporate policy where she said she was going to stop corporate price gouging, people really like that. People really like that. But then, unfortunately, Biden fucked her over. The Biden stupid shills and DNC weirdos decided to take over her campaign and ran it into the ground. we could relitigate the problems of 2024 for all of eternity, and I have many, many problems with 2024 and for as to why Trump ultimately won in 2024. And it's all because of Joe Biden fucking up really badly.
Principles, he actually moved more to the center right because, according to the reporting, a family member who's an executive at Uber, along with Mark Cuban and others, swayed her that way. Have our billionaires leeching to the political process and corrupting the system once more. However, I will say this. I have never seen a Harris supporter be unwilling to state who they voted for. I've never seen it. What I do see is a lot of Trump people having that feeling. And a lot. These are not too often.
This is the exact same thing that happened during the first half of the first term of the Trump administration. People are not admitting that they voted for Trump because it's just like, yeah, it turns out he was actually kind of bad, and I fell for it's unironic fucking fell for it again award shit. Always with these motherfuckers, it's always fell for it again award.
This happens a lot. I remember seeing another video with Eagle Witt, I think his name is. We covered it on this very platform when he asked, "You want to get uncomfortable, crowd? And then who'd you vote for?" And I think the dude says, "Oh, it's a personal question."
Yeah,
we know. We know. No Harris supporter. I'm sorry. There's probably 6 out there who would say that's a personal question. And it's probably because they live in rural America where they don't want to get beaten and dumped in a lake. So no, if you voted for this, own it. Don't wuss out. Tell us you voted for this.
Mm-hmm.
It would make our lives a lot easier.
Hey, I appreciate you watching.
Yeah, can't really fucking disagree with that. But yeah, guys, if you want to get fucking bitches on your dick, don't be a fucking conservative. Unironically, don't be a fucking conservative because it's not attractive. Nobody likes conservatives. Conservatives are constantly open with wanting to destroy women's rights and all that shit. And we all know why this sort of happened, why this dynamic exists. Because the economy is fucked, and the hyper-commodification of all things are basically making it such that people are not able to live fucking normal lives anymore. And the replacements that the bourgeoisie essentially want to put in, AI fucking companions and all this shit, further monetizing social interactions and the ability for people to be able to socialize with one another, is not going to help the solution. It's going to make everything way worse. So, if you want to not get fucking constantly rejected by all the hot bitches, reject the fucking dichotomy. Do not be a fucking Trump supporter. Reject Trump. Reject what he is offering and learn about the root causes and the root basis for as to why this current fucking paradigm exists at this moment. Like, you're like all the like conservative dipshits will be like, you're just saying that people should just think like you think. It's like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Go to the left, unironically. Like, you want to have success in fucking social interactions nowadays? Don't, like, openly be proud of voting for abhorrence, for terrible things that affect the lives of people just because you felt like you're aura farming now because your main guy is currently in power. Like, spare me it. Like, people like fighters who fight for their fucking interests and actually care for their fucking goddamn interests. That's what it is. And yeah, all this like woman hate and all this fucking bullshit also not really helping you guys all that much. So yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say here besides, buddy, men, you want some fucking goddamn bitches on your dick? Reject Trump. Admit that you voted for him, but that you understand that why you were wrong. And don't be like a self-entitled fucking asshole who thinks that women are a thing to conquer. That's the main problem with a lot of these dudes. They think they think women are things to fucking conquer, not fucking people with their own goals, thoughts, beliefs, dreams, and positions that they want to achieve in their fucking lives. And I think that's really, really the main problem here. So yeah, you want to be able to be successful in life, in dating, or whatever, reject fucking conservatism. Like, unironically. And, I don't know, like, get out of the bubble, do some reading, learn some fucking things, and don't be a part of the sort of like isolated bubble with a bunch of miserable fucking losers and weirdos who all just neg each other and continue to spiral more and more into the position of being unfuckable loser fucking goddamn weirdos. It's so bad that even people like Nick Fuentes has recognized that, man, I just want to be a cosmopolitan fucking homosexual. I'm a millionaire and I don't want to do any more of this fucking shit. I just want out and to not interact with any of the weirdos who basically call themselves my fans. Because, again, even, and I've said this before, even conservatives are miserable fucking weirdos, and none of them are actually big fans of the current ideology and the things that they believe in, even though they pretend not to. It's unironically like the Wojak with the smiling NPC face. Meanwhile, the Wojak is like crying underneath it, saying like, "I actually really like this, and everything that's going on is really good." Like, you know, fell for it at getting award, and they're just constantly fucking huffing that copium. So yeah, don't think there's really much else to say besides, you want your fucking dating chances to be improved? Don't be a fucking conservative. And the basis of the economy for this situation to actually be resolved is, and for the general loneliness, male loneliness epidemic that's currently going on, is taxing the corporations and the fucking rich. It's 4 a.m. Son of a bitch. Who the fuck are we raiding out to today? Why don't we raid out to women? Because we love women. Let's raid out to Pixel Smixel. Alright, idiots. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Try and stride with the Daho Raid, but if you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho Raid, but so we show appreciation to those raiding to Case Gamers. I will be back tomorrow with more Factor Oreos. And tomorrow is going to be El Yapperoni about something. I'll figure it out. Video to go over, talk about certain concepts, something that interests me to take a look at, go in depth, blah, 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 blah. Anywho, I will be back tomorrow, gamers. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.